Shabbat shalom.
Good morning. How you doing?
We're doing good. How are you, Miss Sandra?
I'm good. I'm good. Thanks for asking.
Good.
Chilly Willy here today.
Oh, it is here too.
We
And
just broke record. We broke state record, 90-degree weather. Now we're 53.
Oh, wow.
Going the other way.
Phyllis is saying they have lost their internet. So I guess she's going to try and come on whenever it's back up.
Oh, I lost my mind, so there's no biggie going on.
It's freezy breezy here, Mark.
Crazy, brazy, and chilly willy.
Yeah, that's right. Man.
Can't fish in this weather.
Well, I do, but not as much.
There you go.
Got another nice smallmouth today before yesterday.
Yeah, my grandson just caught an 8-pound bass.
Oh, how neat.
Wow. That's a monster.
Yeah, he's lucky that way. He catches big ones. He's always catching them. Nobody else catches them. He does.
Some people have a knack for it.
He just, like, to me, it looks like he just wildly casts, and it'll just like go perfect underneath a limb or something,
Yeah.
It's like, what?
I catch more squirrels than I do bass when I do that.
Yeah, me too.
I bet Sandra catches a lot of fish.
Now, me and Sandra, we fish for souls, don't we, Sandra? We do. We do.
Fishers of men.
Some are where Sandra is, they got trout.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Boy, they're good.
Trout up there.
Yeah, we don't eat bass, but we eat trout if you want to send us some.
I really don't fish anymore. I have become a just stay-at-home person.
I don't fish any less.
Well, you got to quit staying at home and you got to come for a visit here and then we'll take you fishing. Now you got it.
Yeah, and we'll cook them too.
You can come spend a week with us. We'd love that.
Yeah. Figure out a time. We can cook you some fish.
Just pack up your ox or your donkey and head this way.
40 years.
Oh no. It's unbelievable the difference.
Kind of finicky, the fish I'll eat.
Yeah, I like to eat crappie. That's about what we eat most of the time. So salmon. No, we eat salmon.
I like salmon. I like northern pike. I like muskie, and I like walleye. That's about it.
Walleye is hard to beat.
All that has to be deep fried in peanut oil.
He is picky. He's got to have his fried fish.
Fried in peanut oil.
June uses 10W30 motor oil. That's what keeps me running.
No, we do fry it, but we go the healthy way for the most part. I bake a lot. Yeah, I bake a lot.
Do you deep fry in peanut oil?
No, I don't.
do.
I do it in tallow. I use beef tallow to fry in. So, no.
I used to do it that way until we got married, and then she took over
I don't
cooking.
do seed oils. Yeah.
About everybody out in California has their own recipe for salmon.
Oh, June's is really great. I don't see how it could be better, but
I
guess it could be.
broil or grill mine. I love salmon.
And they know how to cook it out there.
Oh, wow.
I hadn't had any out there. I've been to California once, but I don't think I had salmon.
Well, you can't go to California and not eat salmon.
Oh,
He
really?
did.
I'd been there. I was by myself, didn't know where to go, what to do. I just won a free trip, 7 days out there, free airfare.
Yeah.
I went to the zoo in San Diego and just stuff like that.
Yeah.
I probably ate peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Yeah. I don't eat that too much anymore. I used to, though, when I was little.
Man,
Well, where's everyone at today? We needed to be filled up.
there's Oz until it.
Yeah.
No clue. Slowly trickling in.
Your eye completely healed now, Mark?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Great. Great.
Yeah, it's real good.
Thanks for asking.
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
Yeah, I don't know where everybody's at. I got 17 people in here.
Yeah.
But this is what happens when we delay. We've gotten ourselves into a bad habit of delaying studying for an hour. And so people say, well, they're just not going to, they'll be just talking for an hour. And so they don't come
Yeah.
up. You notice that?
I
An hour later from now, we'll be up to 40,
We'll
Yeah.
fake them off.
We're going to trick them today. We'll be half done time they come.
That's right.
And finishing.
We'll teach them.
That's right.
Don't
There.
get complacent on us.
That's right.
That's right.
There's chance.
How's your daughter doing?
She's improving. She got all of her staples took out, which was close to 40 something staples in one foot.
Wow.
Got her stitches took out of her arm and still doing some healing.
Yeah.
Gonna be a while before she's up on her feet, but she's doing good. She's doing great. Yeah.
I was thinking about her the other day.
Well, we appreciate that. I remember it's a lot of work, and she knows it. She says, "Mom, this is so much work. Not ordinary people wouldn't do this." She's so funny.
Did the machine roll over top of her, or what exactly happened?
We're thinking that when the snowmobile hit the tree head on, it threw her off, and when she came down, she landed on both feet. So
Hit a tree. Oh wow.
she hit a tree and it crushed both of her. Well, they had to replace one of her. Both of them is the main bones in each foot, and one was completely destroyed. They had to replace it with a new bone.
Oh boy.
So,
She can't do anything. Use her left hand pretty much.
she can use her left hand. She's got some mobility in her right hand, so she's doing good now. She's doing well. We're just so happy. Hey, Miss Roz, how are you?
How y'all doing? How you doing?
Doing good.
That's good. It's a beautiful day.
Well, for you, I don't know. Well, no, it is a beautiful day here. It's
It
just
is.
wind and very cold.
It's
Yeah. What's the temp?
42 last I looked.
Chill factor 4 below.
Uh,
14, and it's from the north. So our what do we call this slough that we live in looks like ocean waves coming in today.
Yeah.
The wind is
Yeah.
really up. Yeah.
yeah.
But beautiful. It is beautiful.
What's your temperature?
Oh, I don't even know. Say. I haven't been outside. I just can tell it's a bright day.
I bet Sandra
I've
knows.
been.
Is that the cat that started purring that did purr before?
No. He'll probably come in later. He's in the other bedroom. This is the one that when I prayed over her, she's in here now on Saturdays listening to the word. And now she's getting in my arms. So that's why,
That's so good.
she lets me put hands on her when I'm praying. And so like last night we prayed and she was there and she purrs the whole time with it. So she's the one that started eating after I prayed over her, and she's gained a lot of weight. You could see her ribs, and her back is still kind of bony, but you could feel all the bones. And now she's started eating. That's nothing but Yahuwah, by the prayer.
That's right.
So
June won't let me lay hands on her.
What?
She won't take a chance.
Oh, quit. Oh.
Gotta have some fun.
Talking about fun, Speedy keeps bothering me. He wants me to show y'all one of his movie clips from years ago with him. And
Yeah, I've got to see that. I heard about that last night, that you had one sitting on the back burner there.
get it up there ready to play it till I caught him, so I took it back up. I don't know if y'all wanted to watch it or not.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Debbie. Come on in. Miss seeing you. Chris, Amber, you all too, man. Y'all come on in.
Yeah, we miss you, Chris and Amber.
Yeah.
We're used to seeing your beautiful faces.
Chris and Amber been around for a while now.
Mm-hmm.
One of the young couples that stuck it out.
They sure.
Oz and Talitha and
Mm-hmm.
Chris and Amber all came on about the same time. A few others, but I think they still listen. They don't come on.
Yes.
Funny to watch people come and go.
Mm-hmm.
Been in a really weird rut here about the last 2-3 months. I've never seen it quite like this. It's always the same people every week. Never seen it like that before.
Yeah, it's exchanged out. I've went back and watched all of the old Shabbat broadcast.
Yeah.
And so I've seen them come and go. And I'm like, I just wonder where everybody's wandered off to.
Yeah, that's real nice.
It's been the same people, the same amount of spaces, pretty constant for a while now. I guess that's what Yahuwah wants. So whatever he does is what he does.
I had watched one, I think it was last week. I put them on and watch them while I'm cooking and doing what I have to do.
Yeah.
And you started out with the full broadcast, and by the end of the broadcast, everyone had exchanged. Halfway through, it was like all new people had come on and the other ones had signed off. It was really crazy. Well, Phyllis is always there.
Yeah.
She was still.
Phyllis has been pretty constant from the beginning. Her and a couple other ones in the chat room. The one girl, I can't forget her name now. She was traveling around in that RV. She used to come on.
I don't remember her name, but I do remember her face. Do you remember her name, Sandra? Do you remember her name? The one that traveled in the RV?
She ain't come on in quite a while. I've seen her in the chat room, though.
Yeah.
Or watching on the sixth night. I've seen her on there.
Mm-hmm.
What was her name? It's on the tip of my tongue, and I can't think of it.
Wow, I don't think I ever saw it.
Are you talking about Candace?
Who? What was that?
Candace.
Was it
Was
Candace?
Was
No,
her name
not Candace. Candace was that wild one.
I don't know who was traveling around in the RV.
I remember her. She's funny. Phyllis says she's trying to get on and connect with her phone, but she can't get that to work either. So,
Yeah. Well, Speedy said he can't get on either.
So that means you guys must be having a lot of wind over there.
We do.
Yeah, I don't know where Phyllis is at. She's several hours away.
Hello, folks. I want some coffee before we get started. Could you please?
June, that picture that I sent you the other day. Can you send that to Mark,
I can do that. I'll do that.
please?
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. It was Jill, Ridge Hill Jilly. That's who it was.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's Peggy got it.
Comments. I've seen.
Oh yeah, she lives in Pennsylvania. I think she was in an RV when she was in Florida. She got property in Florida and Pennsylvania.
William Gussman. Okay. There's a prayer request. I think Debbie's from Texas. She looks like a Texas gal to me. Pray for William Guzman and his daughter, Alicia, who just had breast cancer surgery on Thursday. So if y'all can do that, be much appreciated. Intercessory prayers are allowed and appreciated.
Mm-hmm. I sent you, Mark, a photo that Roz wanted me to send you. So
It was one I took. Thank you.
you're welcome.
I'm here, but the hotspot isn't strong enough to let me on. Phyllis must be somewhere else, but she's not home, apparently.
Code there too. No hotspot.
Yeah, well, we're going to, we got 27 people watching, so I guess we can get started. So we're starting a new study. It's the 5th book in the Torah. It's called Dabarim, better known as Deuteronomy. And Dabarim means words. So the 10 words is what the 10 Commandments are known by the Hebrew. So Deuteronomy, basically after 40 years, Moses kind of does a recap or a summary, if you will, of everything that happened to him from the beginning to the end of the 40 years. And it's kind of amazing, really, the recap, the summary of the story, because he really puts it all, in an outline that, gets rid of all the fog, and it becomes very clear of what happened to him as they begin this journey with Yahuwah as their Elohim. And so Deuteronomy 1 here basically is the opening of Moses's recap as he talks to the new generation of Israelites in the plains of Moab. Now, my question to y'all is, have they entered the promised land yet? Have they? No, they have not. Hi, Kim. Glad you're here, Kimberly. I haven't seen you in a while, girl. You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. I've been watching from the YouTube.
Okay.
I'll tell you later. Okay.
Okay.
I got
Yeah,
bread in
go
my
ahead.
mouth.
Yeah, go ahead and eat your lunch. So anyway, yeah, this is a really, even though it's a lot of rehashing and summary and all that, it's still a very interesting, very exciting book. It adds a lot. It adds a lot to the first 4 books, and you'll see as we get into it what I'm talking about. So I'm looking forward to it. One of my favorite books in the Torah, really. Who want to read it? Who wants to read it? Go ahead, Joan.
These are the words which Musha spoke to all Yasharel beyond the Jordan in the wilderness, in the desert plain opposite Suf, between Paran and Tophel and Laban and Katzaroth and Dizahab, 11 Yomim journey from Koreb by way of Mount Seir to Kadesh Barnea. And it came to be in the 40th year, in the 11th moon, on the first yom of the moon, that Musha spoke to the children of Yasharel according to all that Yahuwah had commanded him concerning them. After he had smitten Sihon, sovereign of the Amorites, who dwelt in Kishbon, and Og, sovereign of Bashan, who dwelt at Ashtaroth in Andrei. Beyond the Jordan, in the land of Moab, Musha undertook to declare this Torah, saying, Yahuwah our Elohim spoke to us in Koreb, saying, you have dwelt long enough at this mountain.
Okay, stop. Okay. So here we go. After the 40th year came, Moses is talking to the new generation, okay, before they enter the promised land. And they have not entered it yet, but this is prior to it. If you really think about we've talked about the wandering in the wilderness, being them in their flesh, right? Representing spiritually them in their flesh, right? And so when they go into the promised land, obviously then it would be them coming into their spiritual mind, putting on a spiritual mindset rather than wandering in their flesh, okay? They died in the wilderness in their flesh. It was only 2 people out of the whole bunch that actually entered into the promised land. Yahuwah always keeps a remnant, doesn't he? Seems like he always reserves a remnant, whether it be 1, 2, or 8 or whatever. He always seems to keep a remnant to himself. He doesn't let his people totally disappear, ever. So my question is, and you have to think really hard about this one, is why do you suppose Yahuwah had the children of Israel wander in the wilderness for 40 years? Think about that. And the answer is not a fleshly answer, it's spiritual. So you're going to have to enter into the spirit and truth. Are you guys getting an echo? Does somebody have YouTube on? You got to turn YouTube off, Kim. You stay on StreamYard, and you should have a tab up there for YouTube, and just click off that tab, but keep on StreamYard tab. Okay, there we go. I think it's gone now. Anybody got any thoughts on it? Like I say, you got to think really hard about this one. We'll get into this a little bit deeper later on, but I just want to plant the seed for right now. Nobody? Sandra?
Was it for them to die out of the flesh and be proven? He was taking them through the wilderness to get rid of the flesh so that they could come unto obedience unto him.
Yeah, but they never did.
But they never did. But they were there because he said that they would all die. and that their children will enter in because of their unbelief. Not trusting him.
Well, that's the physical reason, yeah. But I'm looking for more for a spiritual reason. I almost thought you were going to say it, but you didn't quite get it. I saw those wheels turning and them ears smoking, though. Be quiet, Speedy. I ain't telling her that. Boy, that's Speedy something. Anybody?
Well, there's a correlation with Yahusha being sent into the wilderness for 40 days and fasting and prayer, and the 40 years that that the children of Israel were not allowed to go in.
Yeah, you was pretty he's pretty constant with his figures. So 400, all point toward the secret prophecy of Yahuwah in this creation timeline. That's why we see those numbers used quite often. But you're right, there's correlation there, but that's not what I was looking for. Go ahead, Roz.
And the four corners, he uses it for description too of things that he does besides using the numbers in other ways.
Anybody else? Somebody else can come on in here. We got 3 more openings out of 32 people. We only need 3 of you. That's less than 10% to come on here now. Okay. Y'all probably ain't going to get it. It's in Deuteronomy 11:24 is why. So I kind of jumped ahead a little bit, but if you look at 11:24, you'll see the answer. It says, every place on which the sole of your foot treads is yours. From the wilderness and Lebanon, from the river Euphrates, even to the western sea is your border. Okay, so back in these times, when somebody claimed land, they had to walk it. So their feet had to walk the borders of the land, the territory, before they could actually take legal claim to it. And so although Yahuwah told them that that was their promised land, they didn't really know it. They knew it because he told it, but it didn't sink in. And so he had to have this generation walk around in it for 40 years so they could claim all of it. But yet when they actually went into it, what happened? They left it all the flesh behind, okay, and all that wandering, all them footprints behind, and they crossed over and became a spiritual nation of priests and kings to Yahuwah. But yet, everywhere their feet went is their land, and it's going to be their land forever. Okay? Kind of weird, isn't it? They didn't really know that. And we'll get deeper into that when we get to that chapter, okay? But I just wanted to plant that seed to try to begin to open up your mind to receive some of this truth that's hidden in Deuteronomy. Because really, Deuteronomy intensifies the Torah. It really does. And you'll see as we study through that, keep that in mind, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Deuteronomy really is the summary, but of the other 4 books, but it intensifies the Torah. Okay? That's why I like it so much. It's really a great book. Go ahead, Ross.
You remember a couple of weeks ago when he got them to go around the that's why they had to go the longer distance instead of the shorter distance.
That's right. Yeah. And you'll see here they had to walk around the borders of these other nations too, around Moab and the Amorites and everything. They had to walk around the borders because it's really all their land. Although he gave Moab a long time ago to Esau. That's Esau's people, right? Moab, and then the other ones. What is it? The Ammon and wait a minute. No, Edom was Esau. So Edom was Esau's descendants. Okay, and so that land remained with Esau and descendants, and then Moab and Ammon were the descendants of Lot. Yahuwah gave them that land a long time ago. So they weren't allowed to walk through that. They had to walk around that, but it did engulf it as part of the promised land because Esau and Lot were Hebrews as well, weren't they? Yeah, they were relatives, man. They weren't Gentile, although they became arch enemies. They were still family. I mean, look what's going on. That's been going on over there now and has been going on. And with the Arabs, they're the relatives. They're the half brothers. Aren't they? Yeah, they are. They're all from Abraham. And yeah, they've been fighting, arguing forever. But they're not supposed to, but they do. Sandra?
So I'm listening to what you're saying. I was wondering, is it also like establishing ownership? It's sort of like what we're doing today. We have an inheritance and we're on a journey. We're journeying and we're looking for a builder whose builder. We're looking for a city whose builder and maker is Yahuwah. So they're on a journey for their inheritance. Is why he kind of put them in that wilderness area. Is what I'm getting from the spirit portion of it. We got to go through this.
Yeah, and you know what else about that is that we all all of us look at ourselves as Ephraim or Joseph, right? At least most of us do. But once the second Exodus comes, okay, it's going to depend on where you settle. When you get there, wherever you settle, that's the tribe you're going to be of. All right. Any comments, thoughts, or questions so far? All right, June, let's continue on then.
Chapter 1, verse 7. Turn and set out on your way and go into the mountains of the Amorites and to all the neighboring places in the desert plain, in the mountains and in the low country, and in the Negeb and on the sea coast, to the land of the Canaanites and to Lebanon, as far as the great river, the river Euphrates. See, I have set the land before you. Go in and possess the land which Yahuwah swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Yitzchak, and to Jacob, to give to them and their seed after them. And I spoke to you at that time, saying, I am unable to bear you by myself. Yahuwah your Elohim has increased you. And see, you are today as numerous as the stars of the Shamayim. Yahuwah Elohim of your fathers is going to add to you 1,000 times more than you are, and bless you as he has spoken to you.
Okay, hang on a minute. So here, so you see that how it's all coming together. But Yahuwah your Elohim has increased you, and your today is the numerous as the stars. But Yahuwah, the Father is going to add to you 1,000 times more than you are, and bless you as He has spoken to you. So, how many is that? How many is that going to be? No, remember? So we got to go back into numbers to understand the math. Anybody? Remember when they somebody has YouTube on again? Remember when they recounted? In numbers, remember when they did that?
Yeah, I think at the end the census was like 650 something thousand.
Yeah. That 615,000. Where was that? It was
650 no.
Yeah, I was thinking that. But
650.
yeah,
That's what I was thinking, but we didn't find it.
that was
Just
Yeah, it's 601 actually. So it's in 26. So numbers 2651. These are the registered ones of the children of Israel. 601,730. So if we multiply that by 1,000, how much is that?
601 million.
Million.
2. Oh yeah. Is it 6 zeros?
So that would be 601 million, right? $601, 730 times 1,000. Yeah, wow. Woo. It goes off the chart on my calculator. So maybe that's a billion. Mm-hmm. 1 billion. Yeah, I think it's a billion. It would be, wouldn't it? Anybody got a calculator that goes that high? Because it's off the chart on mine.
Mine didn't come up to that. It was 601,730, right?
601, yeah, 601, 730 times 1,000. What do you got?
It came up 601,730,000.
How many-
Yeah, it's a million because you would just add the 3 zeros to the end
Yeah,
when you're multiplying by the 1,000.
yeah. Just like if you're multiplying by 10, it's 1 0.
Yeah.
Okay. So 601,730,000.
1,000. Yeah.
Okay.
Now that was just the ones that were 19 years old and above at the time, right? So you'd be adding all those little babies, all the ones that weren't numbered under that too. We don't know what that count was.
Yeah, these are just the registered ones. Yeah. And then before that, it was 23,000. Remember? Yeah, and you're right. These are just the registered ones. So, yeah, that very easily could be multiplied by at least 3, probably more like 10. Right? So what would that be? Just say 10. What would that be?
What would that be?
601. You got a calculator there, Ross? 601,730,000 times 10. What is that?
Times 10?
Let's see.
Yeah, but you say 10. I mean, they had a lot of children back then.
6 billion.
Yeah.
6 billion.
6 million, yeah.
6 billion, 17,300,000.
Yeah.
If we include women and children.
So
2, 6, 7, 8, 9.
I mean, you got to realize this. These men had wives. These men had sisters. These men had grandmothers, cousins, children, daughters, and grandchildren. A lot of them had grandchildren, probably. Because women, I mean, they had children early. So whatever it was. And then sons that were younger than 19. And cousins that were younger than 19. Grandsons younger than 19. So I think if it's fair to use the 10 per man when we include them all. So well over 6 billion. Is there any? Hang on a minute. Let me let Kim back in. Is there any one that disagrees with this being a number that's numerous as the stars? Does this fulfill Yahuwah's prophecy, or you think it's not even close? And who did he make the promise to anyway? Go ahead, Ross.
well, if you consider everything that every year there's hundreds of thousands of people born, and every millennium there's hundreds of thousands of people born. And so it's an accumulation too, that would be all of the descendants of the tribes. So it would very easily actually go up to even more than that.
Mm-hmm. Right. This is saying today. So you are today as numerous as the stars of the Shemayim. So it'd be at this particular time, this particular number, which would have been 601. They saying this was probably really close. A couple million people. Easy.
I mean, but that will equal like almost like 81% of the population in today's day. That number. Because you're looking at over 6 billion people.
Mm-hmm.
After you multiply the 670 something times 1,000 times 10. That's 6 point something billion. That's 80% of the population today.
You know, if you look at a million, 4 million people, that's a huge crowd, man. I don't know if y'all have ever seen that many people in one place or not, but I've seen 1 million, you know, gathered together, and it was a pretty spectacular sight. So I can just imagine 4 or 5 million would look like. You know, it must be an awesome sight to see that many people assembled all at one time. So I could see where Moses would say they were numerous as the stars. But anyway, he goes on and says, Yahuwah is going to add to you 1,000 times more and bless you as he has spoken to you. So now that's definitely shooting out into the future, isn't it? And with the seed of Abraham all over all the nations, and taking into account that Abraham is the father of the nations as well as the father of the Israelites, we could see this promise easily being fulfilled. Don't forget, Yahuwah can speak as though it has already happened. He's the only one that can do that. There's no other being that can do that, just him. Interesting, anyways. Thoughts, comments, questions? Chance, go ahead.
I remember reading in a part in scripture where it says Yashrael will be as numerous as the sands of the sea and be unable to be measured.
Mm-hmm. Well, today the world's population is getting really close to 10 billion, I think. I mean, I know it's at least 7 billion. That can be measured. They measure it with census, okay, and birth records. And so, but for a single human being like me or you to try to count them ain't going to happen. You can't count that high in your lifetime. You ever try to count to 1 billion? You'll get there when you're about 100. If you start now, you'll get close, and then your son will have to take over. And maybe if he takes over now, by the time you die and he takes over, maybe he'll get there. If not, maybe his kid will have to start counting where he left off. It's a bigger figure than you can even imagine. Yeah, you can't count to 1 billion in your lifetime. So big numbers here. Hard to imagine, but big numbers. 2024 was 8.2 billion. Yeah. Okay, so that's what I thought. Getting close to 10 billion now. Thanks, Rick. All righty. Yeah, it also says the stars. You could count the stars, you could count your descendants. And it mentions the seashore, the sand on the seashore as well. It says both. All right. Thoughts, comments, questions? All right, June, let's go ahead and continue on.
Chapter 1, verse 12. How do I bear your pressure and your burden and your strife by myself? Choose men, wise and understanding, and known to your tribes, and let me appoint them as your heads. And you answered me and said, the word which you have spoken to us to do is good. And I took the heads of your tribes, wise men and known, and made them heads over you, leaders of thousands, and leaders of hundreds, and leaders of 50s, and leaders of 10s, and officers for your tribes.
Hang on a minute. Okay, so has everybody seen that this is a summary? Y'all remember all this being done as we read through the Torah? So you see, you can't just look at Deuteronomy and think all this is happening. You know, this has already happened. He's just summarizing all this. Okay. So a lot of people that don't have the knowledge of the Torah, they'll go to Deuteronomy and think they're reading something new. And it's not. It's all repeat of what's already happened. The whole book is. But it does intensify the Torah. All right? And that's probably why people think that, because of the intensity of it. It's my guess anyway. All right. Comments, thoughts, questions on that? Were you all aware of this before we studied Torah? And being honest about it, I bet you none of you were. Most of you weren't, I'm sure. That's why it's so good to do this, to congregate and study. It really helps quite a bit. By the time we're totally done with the entire scriptures, you're going to be very familiar with this book like you've never been in your life. For those who have stuck with me on this. Believe it or not, there's a lot of people incognito that's been with us through this whole study too. They just don't come on. You don't even know who they are, really.
Yeah, that's one of me. So in YouTube, I call myself Rich Vitality.
Oh, okay. Oh, I recognize that name. You've been around for a while. Okay. You let the cat out of the bag. Now I know who you are. Yeah, I talked to you quite a bit, actually. All right. You surprised me with that one. Okay. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? All right. Let's continue on, June.
Chapter 1, verse 16. And I commanded your judges at that time, saying, when hearing between your brothers, judge righteously between a man and his brother or the stranger who is with him. Do not show partiality in right ruling. Hear the small as well as the great. Do not be afraid of anyone's face, for the right ruling belongs to Elohim. And the case which is too hard for you, bring it to me, and I shall hear it. And I commanded you at that time all the words which you should do. Then we set out from Korah and went through all that great and awesome wilderness, which you saw on the way to the mountains of the Amorites, as Yahuwah our Elohim had commanded us. And we came to Kadesh Barnea, and I said to you, you have come to the mountains of the Amorites, which Yahuwah our Elohim is giving us. See, Yahuwah your Elohim has set the land before you. Go up and possess it, as Yahuwah Elohim of your fathers has spoken to you. Do not fear, nor be discouraged. And all of you came near to me and said, let us send men before us, and let them search out the land for us, and bring back word to us of the way by which we should go up, and of the cities into which we should come. And the matter was good in my eyes, so I took 12 of your men, one man from each tribe. And they turned and went up into the mountains, and came to the Wadi Eshkol, and spied it out. And they took some of the fruit of the land in their hands, and brought it down to us. And they brought back word to us, saying, the land which Yahuwah our Elohim is giving us is good. But you would not go up, and rebelled against the mouth of Yahuwah your Elohim, and grumbled in your tents, and said, because Yahuwah was hating us, he has brought us out of the land of Mizraim to give us into the hand of the Amorites to destroy us. Where are we going to? Our brothers have made our hearts melt, saying, the people are greater and taller than we. The cities are great and walled up to the Shemaim, and we saw the sons of the Anakim there too. Then I said to you, have no dread or fear of them. Yahuwah your Elohim, who is going before you, he does fight for you, according to all he did for you in Mizraim in your eyes, and in the wilderness, where you saw how Yahuwah your Elohim has borne you, as a man bears his son, in all the way that you went until you came to this place. Yet in this matter you are putting no trust in Yahuwah your Elohim, who is going before you in the way to seek out a place for you to pitch your tents, to show you the way you should go, in fire by Layla and in a cloud by Yom. And Yahuwah heard the voice of your words and was wroth, and took an oath, saying, not one of these men of this evil generation shall see that good land of which I swore to give to your fathers, except Caleb, son of Jephunneh. He shall see it, and to him and his children I give the land on which he walked, because he followed Yahuwah completely.
Okay, stop. Okay, see, and so right there, you see the custom back then. And to him and his children I give the land on which he walked. Where did he walk in the land? When did Caleb walk in the land? Not one of the men of this evil generation shall see that good land of which I swore to give to your fathers, except Caleb. He shall see it, and to him and his children I give the land on which he walked, because he followed Yahuwah completely. So when did he do that? Roz?
When they were the spies.
When they were the spies. So see? There you can see the culture in which once they walked the land, it became theirs. They could claim it. All right. Let me ask y'all a question. This chapter is obviously emphasizing the remembering of Yahuwah's trustworthiness. And it's full of warnings from the history of the children of Israel wandering. Why? Why do you think Moses hashed this out or outlined all this? What was the main purpose? Before we get to the answer, what do y'all think? What was the purpose of this? Emphasizing the remembrance of Yahuwah's trustworthiness and warnings from the history of the children wandering in the wilderness. Joe?
Was it to remind them of what he'd promised and what they missed out on if they had obeyed?
You just got it. So yeah, it was to inspire obedience. Inspire obedience is what this is all about. Matter of fact, we probably say that about the whole book. Okay? Any thoughts, comments, or questions? All right, then, Jim, let's go ahead.
Chapter 1, verse 37. And Yahuwah was enraged with me for your sakes, saying, you do not go in there either. Yahusha, the son of Nun, who stands before you, he shall go in there. Strengthen him, for he shall cause Israel to inherit. And your little ones and your children, who you say are for a prey, who today have no knowledge of good and evil, they are going in there. And to them I give it, and they are to possess it. But you turn and take your journey into the wilderness by the way of the Sea of Reeds. Then you answered and said to me, we have sinned against Yahuwah. We ourselves are going up, and we shall fight as Yahuwah our Elohim commanded us. And when each one of you had girded on his battle gear, you were ready to go up into the mountain. And Yahuwah said to me, say to them, do not go up nor fight, for I am not in your midst, lest you be smitten before your enemies. So I spoke to you, but you would not listen, and rebelled against the mouth of Yahuwah, and acted proudly, and went up into the mountain. Then the Amorites who dwelt in that mountain came out against you, and chased you as bees do, and drove you back from Seir to Cormah. And you returned and wept before Yahuwah, but Yahuwah would not listen to your voice, nor give ear to you. So you dwelt in Kadesh many yomim, according to the yomim that you dwelt.
All right, thanks, Jim. All right, so nice recap there. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Y'all remember all that? I mean, I do. But boy, isn't that nice to see it all laid out right there in outline like that, in chronological order to boot? Kimberly?
I've heard it taught many times that the reason for Deuteronomy, the repeating of the history, was because the children of Israel, or the ones that experienced that were all dead. And so these were children of the children of Israel, and they needed to be told.
Yeah, that's true. I'm sure that they were probably taught by their fathers and everything about all this. From the time they were raised up, I'm sure they heard it. But Moses did this recap basically because most of them are all dead now, other than just a few. He recapped it to the new generation so that they understood the severity of obedience, because this is what happened to the old generation. So you better not repeat these mistakes. If you're obedient, he's going to bless you. If you're disobedient, he's going to destroy you like he did them. And so he's kind of like talking to the new generation here and letting them so that they get it, hey, you're the new generation, you're going in, but you can't make the same mistakes as the old generation did, or what happened to them is going to happen to you. And so he's making sure that they know that, which they probably did. But, doing a refresher course never hurts, because sometimes you do forget things, right? I might have to refresh my mind sometimes on certain subjects. Go ahead, Ross.
Well, throughout scripture, sometimes he'll repeat it 3 or 4 times. It's not just 1 or 2. He'll repeat it more and more. And the more it's done, the more it's to show you just how important that it is. Mm-hmm. And not that it's just something to pass over.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes we have to be told something 3 or 4 times before we get it, don't we? No, I do. Go ahead, Joe.
In verse 37, I get the idea Moses wasn't being completely honest about that. Yahuwah was enraged with me, and for your sakes, saying, you do not go in there either. I don't think he told the whole story. Did he?
Well, no, he's not telling them the whole story here. I'm sure they already know it, but
Struck the rock.
yeah, they probably know it, but no, he's not elaborating on the whole thing. But he really doesn't on any of this. He just touches it and it's just an outline. It's just a summary. He's not telling the complete story of each event, but he does a really nice job of outlining it in chronological order leading up to where they're at now, in the history of what happened to them. Go ahead, Sandra.
I was kind of noticing in verse 39, and your little ones and your children who you say are for a prey, who today have no knowledge of good and evil, they are going in there. So remember he told Adam and Kua not to eat from the knowledge of the tree of good and evil. So I'm getting from that being obedient and trusting him is good.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, remember when we were talking about that, and we said, they used the children as an excuse. Remember that when they were complaining and grumbling, they said, "Oh, you're leading us out here, blah blah blah," and so our children can be killed in the wilderness or over there by the giants or whatever. And Yahuwah said, "Your children ain't gonna die. They're gonna go in there and possess the land. You're gonna die." Remember that?
Yep, he's fulfilling that prophecy that he told them. And then why did they do that? Because they were fearing and not trusting Yahuwah.
Complaining and grumbling too.
That's right. They were complaining, they were grumbling, and not trusting him. You got to trust him with your whole heart. That's how come he said, Caleb and Yahusha followed me completely, wholeheartedly. They didn't doubt when he said, go spy out the land, and they saw the obstacles in the land. That didn't turn them away because they knew that Yahuwah was with them.
Right. Ross?
And they also were never thankful. They
Yeah.
complained, they griped, and they never were thankful
That's
over
right.
anything that they got.
I agree with that.
Yeah, they didn't even thank him when he sent all those birds over there and they choked on the meat, right? Remember that? And a bunch of them died.
Mhm.
They didn't thank him. I mean, I would have been scared even to eat it, man. At least I hope I would have. Go ahead.
They didn't even thank him for the manna.
So looking a little more into Caleb. So Caleb, it was known as Caleb the Kenizzite, which is sort of fascinating detail because Kenizzites were originally a non-Israelite clan. It was an Edomite clan, so they were descendants from Esau, but eventually they incorporated into the tribe as they were sojourners, and then they fully integrated into the tribe of Judah. But it's interesting because he actually was not a full Israelite, but they were sojourners and grafted in. At least his ancestors were the ancestors of Caleb. So, interesting fact.
No, I didn't know that. So, let's find out. Oh, is he son of Yef? Who? Neath.
But I think they were all mixed at that time anyway, because remember Yehuda's wife was sure she was not. They were all mixed at that time anyway.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, they were
They,
all a
they,
mixed seed.
they came from Abraham, but yeah, there
Yeah.
was a lot of mixing going on. I mean, there wasn't enough of them at that point. Okay, so it says Caleb. Let me see. In Numbers 32:12, specifically call him Caleb, the Kenizzite. And the Kenizzites were a Canaanite group originally associated with Edom. And we know Edom was Esau, right? But yeah, like Sandra was saying there, a lot of them were mixed at this point.
But I think it's just funny, how like some people that might proud themselves of their lineage do not really inherit it, right? But a man who probably was, conceived after like their parents being sojourners and like grafted him into the tribe, he's the only one to inherit it.
Oh, he's the leader of the Yehuda. He became the leader of Yehuda. So yeah, I mean, it's a good point. I mean, he was the leader of the tribe of Judah, and he was among the 12 spies that we read about in Numbers 13. So this would suggest, full acceptance or adoption of the intermarriage between this man and the Israelites by Yahuwah, which is very intriguing, isn't it? That's a good point you brought up there, Oz. So what can we get out of that? What should we say? Sandra?
So I was also thinking that it was also the same thing as, remember when Yahusha said, I know you are Abraham's seed in the physical, but he's saying, if you believed in me, it's versus the seed of promise versus the blood lineage is what's going on there. It's just sort of like a type of what's going on there. When you look at that, focus on that, you're seeing the difference between the seed of promise and the seed that's born of the flesh.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to get out of it.
I agree with you. But I'm going to take it just a little bit further and say that perhaps Joshua and Caleb, when they crossed over, they entered into the spiritual dimension. They became spiritual children at that point, mature Hebrew, where the other 10 did not. They were too fearful to even realize that they were walking in the spiritual realm at that point. But these two became mature Hebrew when they come out of there. And so therefore, he would be totally adopted into the family of Yahuwah.
He crossed over.
He crossed over.
Hallelujah.
10-4, everybody getting that? Go ahead, Joe.
Would it be kind of like it doesn't matter who you are, you can, if you obey, you get to the promised land.
That's right. That's a very, very good example of that, isn't it? So yeah, Oz brought up a really good point there. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? All right. Thanks for that, Oz. Oh, Talitha, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it shows also like this thing with Caleb getting the inheritance. It also kind of like sets a a precedent for when the people are grafted in.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah.
It's like showing that it's not because of your bloodline necessarily. It's about what the truth is and what's actually like there in your heart.
Yep. For sure. Yep. Anybody else? I mean, that's the ultimate, right? What Talitha's saying. I mean, that's the ultimate example, really, because it involves, Yahusha. All righty. Anybody else? Here's a comment from somebody. This is a lesson we all need to learn. Things can always get worse. Oh, yeah. Things can always get worse. Always. Yeah. So, yeah, it's a hard lesson to learn, and it's a hard lesson to practice. To be thankful at no matter what's happening to you, because it can always be worse. You know what I mean? No matter how bad it seems, it can always have been worse. And a hard lesson to practice, but so true. Because what do we want to do naturally? We want to go, why me? Why did it happen to me? Of everybody in the world, why me? Right? That's what we want to say. But we should be saying, wow, it could have been a lot worse, man. Thank you, Yahuwah, for not making it worse, right? But hard one, very hard, but really good point. Go ahead, Chance.
Perhaps we should separate a time of day for just specifically giving thanks and practice and bring that into fulfillment. Set a time, 20 minutes, and just point out all the things that you see in your life that Yahuwah has done for you, and take that time to give thanks.
That's probably a good suggestion, and we all should heed to that Chance's suggestion, because we have a tendency to be self-absorbent, and that's not a good thing. Yeah, and so if we can do something like Chance is saying, maybe that can snap us out of that hypnotic state that we seem to be in at times, where it's all about me, 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 me. Hey, did I tell you about me? Me, 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 me. So,
What about I?
I, me,
Or
me,
me and I.
you. What you
Me
talking
and
about?
I.
You talking about me?
I and me, or you and I?
What you is? You is who? All right. Comments, thoughts, questions, man? Give me a reader for chapter 2. Oz, go for it, man. The whole thing recounts the final years of Israel's 40-year wilderness wandering here, and it goes back and forth a little bit. Now it's not a chronological order outline anymore, but it jumps around now. But it's obviously everything that's happened to them before. Because why? Because they haven't entered the promised land yet. That's why. They're in the 40th year. Okay, go ahead, Oz.
Dabarim number 2, chapter 2. Then we turned and set out into the wilderness, the way of the sea of reeds, as Yahuwah spoke to me, and we went around Mount Seir, many Yomim. And Yahuwah spoke to me, saying, You have gone around this mountain long enough. Turn northward. and command the people, saying, you are able to pass over into the border of your brothers, the descendants of Esau, who live in Seir, and they are afraid of you. So be on your guard. Do not strive with them, for I do not give you any of their land. No, not so much as one footstep, because I have given Mount Seir to Esau as a possession. What food you buy from them with silver you shall eat, and also what water you buy from them with silver you shall drink. For Yahuwah your Elohim has blessed you in all the work of your hand. He has known your wandering through his great wilderness. These 40 years Yahuwah your Elohim has been with you. You have not lacked any matter. And when we pass beyond our brothers, the descendants of Esau who dwell in Seir, away from the way of the desert plain, away from Elath and Etzon-Geber, we turned and passed over by way of the wilderness of Moab. And Yahuwah said to me, do not distress in battle, for I do not give you any of their land as possession, because I have given Ar to the descendants of Lot as possession. The Emites have dwelt there formerly, a people as great and numerous and tall as the Anakim. They were also reckoned as Rephim, like the Anakim, but the Moabites called them Emites. And the Korites formerly dwelt in Seir, but the descendants of Esau disposed them and destroyed them from before them, and dwelt in their place, as Israel did to the land of their possession which Yahuwah gave them. Now rise up and pass over the Wadi Sered. So we passed over the Wadi Sered, and the time we took to come from Kadesh Barnea until we passed over the Wadi Sered was 38 years, until all the generation of the men of battle was consumed from the midst of the camp, as Yahuwah had sworn to them. And also the hand of Yahuwah was against them, to destroy them from the midst of the camp until they were consumed. And it came to be, when all the men of battle had finally perished from among the people, that Yahuwah spoke to me, saying, this Yom you are to pass over at Ar, the boundary of Moab. And when you come near the children of Ammon, do not distress them, nor stir yourself up against them, for I do not give you any of the land of the children of Ammon as possession, because I have given it to the descendants of Lot as possession. That was also reckoned as the land of Rephaim. Rephaim formerly dwelt there, but the Ammonites called them Samsumim, a people as great and numerous and tall as the Anakim. But Yahuwah destroyed them before them, and they dispossessed them and dwelt in their place, as he had done for the descendants of Esau, who dwelt in Seir, when he destroyed the Korites from before them. They dispossessed them and dwelt in their place even to this day. And the Ayuim, who dwelt in villages, for as Asa, the Caphtorim, who came from Caphtor, destroyed them and dwelt in their place. Arise, set out and pass over the Wadi Arnon. See, I have given it to your hand, Sikon the Amorite, sovereign of Keshbon, and his land. Begin to possess it, and stir up yourself against him in battle. This Yom I begin to put the dread and fear of you upon the peoples under all the Shemaim, who, when they hear the report of you, shall tremble and shake because of you. Then I sent messengers from the wilderness of Chemoth to Sikon, sovereign of Keshbon, with words of peace, saying, let me pass over through your land on the highway. I shall go on the highway and turn neither to the right nor to the left. What food you sell me for silver I shall eat, and what water you give me for silver I shall drink. Only let me pass over on foot, as the descendants of Esau who dwell in the Seir, and the Moabites who dwell in Ar did for me, until I pass over the Jordan to the land Yahuwah our Elohim is giving us. But Sikon, sovereign of Keshbon, will not let us pass over, for Yahuwah your Elohim hardened his spirit, and strengthened his heart to give him into your hand, as it is this day. And Yahuwah said to me, See, I have begun to give Sikon and his land over to you. Begin to possess in order to possess his land. And Sikon and all his people came out against us to fight the Yahats. And Yahuwah our Elohim gave him over to us. So we smote him, and his sons, and all his people. And we took all his cities at the time, and we put the men, women, and the little ones of every city under the ban. We left none remaining. Only the livestock we took as plunder for ourselves, and the spoil of the cities which we captured. From Aurer, which is on the edge of the Wadi Arnon, and the city that is by the Wadi as far as Gilead, there was not one city to hide for us. Yahuwah our Elohim gave all to us. Only you did not go near the land of the children of Ammon, anywhere along the Wadi Yabok, or to the cities of the mountains, or wherever Yahuwah our Elohim has forbidden us.
All right. Thank you, Oz. Okay. So, respecting the relatives in the land that you had already given them instructions to buy food and water from the relatives in Edom and Moab, and just to rely on Yahuwah's blessings. And before the defeat of Sion and the king of Sion, and who refused to allow them the passage and tax on Israel. And so Yahuwah grants them a victory, enabling them to destroy the opposing armies. And even in that one battle, not one Israelite fell, not one. And to occupy the cities and gain their first possession of the promised land, but it was east of the Jordan. So what do y'all think the overall message is in chapter 2? Go ahead, Oz.
Well, I have more like a comment before that. See, this chapter is usually where I get the backlash when I try to talk to people about scripture, because they always bring this chapter where they smite the men, the women, and the little children, right? It's when Yahuwah sent them to like basically kill everyone. Uh-huh. And that's where you usually, I don't know, I mean, a couple of times I've got the backlash from like, what creator or what Elohim, sends to kill women and children. It's usually what, and I don't know, it just brought it up right now because it's like I always try to like, I don't know, what do you guys answer to that? Right? I always kind of like have to think a little bit too deep of like how to respond when people.
Well, let me rephrase the question, okay? And that is, what would be the purpose of wiping out the nation of totally men, women, children, and all their livestock, and not even take any of their silver or gold, any of their possessions, just melt it all down and destroy it all? What's the purpose? Why would you do something like that?
To extinguish them?
Yeah, but there must be some type of purpose behind it. Go ahead, Sandra.
I think he's cleansing out the wickedness, the wicked seed. That's why he's separating. He's making sure that you cleanse out all this wickedness, because these are the ones that were doing what he did not want them to do. He hated all that they did. So getting rid of all the wicked seed. And the wicked.
See, because the backlash usually comes to now that I'm actually like remembering my last conversation with somebody that actually we were talking about this, because he brought up, he's like, see, it wouldn't be able to be the same God of the Bible cannot be the same as Yahusha, right? The same Elohim that is of the Old Testament cannot be the same of Yahusha, because Yahusha, their whole statement is like Yahusha will never allow that to happen, right? Because they have this whole thing with the J-man about like all pure love, which it is, you know? So he's like, you know, why do you answer something to this? Yeah, we know that, of course, he has a purpose of cleansing the land, purifying, and, you know, he has to smite everybody. But how do you reconcile that maybe for the people who truly believe in, like, you know, this, you know, that Yahusha would never have done such a thing, right?
Okay. All right. So a lot of things come into mind, really. But when Yahusha came the first time, he came as a sin and guilt sacrifice for the sins of the world. That was his entire purpose, was to die and shed his blood. That's all. That was his main purpose. He wasn't here that long. He died around 30. Okay. So, but on his second coming, he's not going to be so nice. Okay. He's going to kill to the point where the blood is up to the bridle of a horse. His clothes will be stained in blood. He's going to destroy wickedness. He's not going to be Mr. Nice Guy that's in the second coming. Okay. So that kind of debunks that. Okay. So going back to what Sandra was saying, the main reason was she was hitting all over it, but she just didn't say the right word, which was idolatry. Okay. He wanted to eliminate all the idolatry in that land, and not even to take any remembrance of it into their house. So they weren't allowed to take gold or silver or anything from their idols into their home, because it could influence them and cause them to commit idolatry. Okay. So he wanted it all removed, everything wiped out and erased. And the third thing is probably what Randall here is saying. Okay. Those people in those cities were hybrids. And he's right. These people came from the seed of the giants, right? And so here in 4:3-4, which we haven't gotten to, we're going to see that the reign of Og and Bashan is when they defeated the giant seed. Okay, so somehow the corrupted seed of the fallen angels, okay, was injected into the daughters of men. And when they bred with women, okay, and they created giants, the Nephilim, well, they were destroyed in the flood, but the recessive gene carried on through one of those women. And so that recessive gene attached to DNA was found in some of these people. And Yahuwah knew that. And he said, we have to wipe that entire race out because they carry the recessive gene of the giants, which corrupted Yahuwah's creation when it altered the DNA of humans. One of the big reasons why he brought the flood and wiped out everybody but 8. Okay, so that seed was still around, and Yahuwah wanted it gone. I like this as well. Nui Yahuwah says here, to remove the evil, unclean spirits, objects can even carry unclean spirits and animals, is probably true as well. And so it had all become unclean, kind of like meat sacrificed to idols, since it was used to worship idols, okay, and demons and so forth and so on. He wanted it gone to cleanse the land. See what I mean? And so to do so, he had to totally wipe everything out. The children could continue on with the recessant gene as well. So they had to go to some of their animals and their livestock. They could have been using as sacrifices to their idols. So he wanted them gone too, such as the pigs. See what I'm saying? So a lot of reasons why that we really can sit back and think harder about it. We could probably even come up with more, but yeah. And here's another thought. To purify and to clean, to set apart the land to his chosen people, which he was going to inhabit as well and tabernacle with them, it had to be really clean and purified. So it all had to go. Just like we flooded the earth. You could say the same thing. Well, why did he flood the world and kill everybody? Same reasons. He had to immerse it. He had to purify it to bring in the new generation, but on a much larger scale. Okay, so here's the final thought on it, as far as I go, is that the purification process may seem harsh, okay, but necessary, because we see it differently. We see it as a massacre, something really horrible. How could he do that? Whereas he sees it as these children, these women only lived a certain amount of time, but the ones that I favor, the ones that I choose, are going to be with me in paradise and live forever. And they won't even have any remembrance of this. But I have to do this in order to create and purify a land for my chosen people and for me to inhabit at this particular time in history. Okay. But a mere day or two later, I'm going to raise this one, that one, this one, that one back up, and they're going to live with me in paradise forever. So it's no big deal to Yahuwah. To us, it's 1,000 years. To him, it's one day. They're only going to be dead for one day. I'm bringing them back. This one, that one, that one, this one, this one, that one, this one, and that one, that one, that one, and this one, and that one. We don't know the mind of Yahuwah. So who are we to question our maker, man? There's the final point. So I would say to that man, who are you to question your maker, oh man? Maybe that would be a good response. Okay. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions on that? Really good point. Another thing, that's hard to practice, hard to say and believe, but hey, it is what it is. And we're the creation. They're the creatures. We're not the creator. We can't tell him what to do or what, or even question him. Look what happened with Job when they did it in Job. He said, "Who are you? You know so much. Tell me how this happened and tell me how that happened. You know so much." All right? So he puts Job in his place really fast. Go ahead, Chance.
Yeah, this conversation kind of reminds me of like evidence of the flesh. You know what I mean? Reasoning among yourselves completely in your flesh, saying like you're just saying this horrible atrocity, but Yahuwah sees past, present, and future, and his ways are so much higher than ours. You know what I mean? And that just separates you from like the flesh and the ruah, seeing things in He's cleansing. This is judgment. It's the wrong. It's the wicked. It's what they've done. You know, and he's seeing a solution to it while we're just looking at the problem. You know, we're just, you know, Yahuwah sees it all. So it's already been done in his eyes, but we're over here like, oh, you know, this is so crazy, and we're all in the flesh, man. It's just a complete it's a flesh thing, you know, and we just got to trust in Yahuwah that he knows he's got it going on. His ways are higher than ours, and just got to hold on. He's coming with fire. You know what I mean? What about, you know, when this comes, it's Yahuwah has a plan, and that's what he's going to do. He is the creator.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, everything's in Yahuwah, and Yahuwah's in everything. He's present everywhere, all time present, right? Everywhere present. But for him to tabernacle with us, to live among us, tabernacle with us, and walk with us in the cool of the day, like he did Adam and Kua, you know, the land has to be set apart, and we have to be set apart. And the only way for that to happen is for him to purify it. And we may not quite understand that or be able to wrap our mind around it, but Yahuwah is set apart. He's Kadesh. Okay. Kadesh, Kadesh, Kadesh. Okay. He cannot tabernacle and walk among us in the cool of the evening like he did Adam and Kua with an unpurified land, such as what was here, with idols, you know, sin, evil, wickedness, devil worshiping, evil spirits, all kinds of stuff going on. What is that called? What scripture call that scenario? Abomination of desolation. Yahuwah was not going to dwell there and walk among the people with all that going on. It had to be purified. Okay. Hard, isn't it? But one day we'll understand it in full. Right now, we can only partially understand it. Go ahead, Chance.
You know, it reminds me of, like, you know, the evil will be defeated. There will be no more evil. Just like when it says the kid will stick his hand in the snake cave and nothing will bite it, because everything will have come to the knowledge of truth. So when Yahuwah's will is done, anybody that's practicing evil or anything is gonna be destroyed. He is Kadash, right? And he cannot bear unrighteousness. His Torah is perfect and righteous. It teaches us how to do good. If we're outside of that, we're working what is evil, and we know what the punishment thereof is. That's why the fire is coming. We got to get right and get good, because evil will be destroyed, you know?
Yeah, I mean, eventually his entire creation is going to be destroyed, and he's going to make a new heaven and a new earth. He's going to just totally get rid of it all, because it's really beyond purification, isn't it? I mean, it's that bad. It's gotten that bad, you know, and so it's almost to the point where you know, he's just going to have to throw it away like a woman's menstrual cloth and start over, make it new. And that's exactly what he's going to do. But he's going to bring part of the old world with him, which is going to be his chosen people. But they have to also be so purified and clean that it's ridiculous, you know, or they would have to be destroyed too, you know. And so that's what he's up to. And like I say, we can only understand it partially, but we will one day understand it in full. we might not be able to relate the two, because the remembrance of this old world will be removed, but we'll understand everything about the purity and the clean and the righteous of the new world and the new heaven fully, to the point where it's going to be impossible to sin. Everything will be sin proof. It can never happen again, because all the dross, the impurities, the byproducts will be removed. And then he'll have a family with him for eternity, in which this is meant, the whole thing is about. He wanted others with him to exist with him for eternity. Problem is, to create new life, other beings besides himself, there was an opposition that would mess everything up and make it dirty, make it unclean. And he would have to fix that. And so this is the process, the purification process that we're living in. We're living through it. We'll come out the other end clean, righteous, pure, but not now. Right now this is the cleaning process. The purification process is happening right now. We live in it. All right. Thoughts, comments, questions? Sandra, go ahead.
I was kind of thinking that it's sort of like when Yehochanan the immerser was baptizing under the water baptism. He was saying the axe is laid at the root of the tree. So this purging process is what he's doing to establish his reign with them, is what he's trying to do. And that's why he's getting rid of all the wickedness and the things of the flesh, because his reign is a pure, clean, and righteous reign. And that's what he's directing them to do. And it's almost like that's what we need to do with ourselves. Make sure we get rid of all of the dross or whatever is in us that is not like him, and walk in the Ruach rather than in the flesh. It's sort of like a poor type of that. He's thoroughly purging his floor.
Go ahead, Chance.
Yeah, soon what you were just talking about there, Sister Sandra, is you were immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh and fire. That stuff will be burned out of you. Will be cleaned. He's gonna burn all that impurity out of you. Yeah, we need that Ruach HaKodesh. Hallelujah. But in Romans, no, Hebrews, it says you are illegitimate if Yahuwah does not discipline you. So, to take courage in that discipline there, and take heed to that, because it is for the greater good. Yahuwah is purifying us and cleaning us up. And I don't know, it just came upon me as we were just talking about this, and that's some powerful stuff. The axe is laid to the root of the tree. Every tree that does not bear good fruit is what? Cut down and thrown into the fire. So we ought to be, that puts a whole new fire upon me, man. Hallelujah. Man, this is a powerful subject here. Really is, to see that, evil will be destroyed. That's what's happening here. And this is like a giant iron furnace. We are learning how to do good. Yahuwah is good, not the good that we think we are, because everybody's good in their own eyes. I tell you this right now. Everybody's good in their own eyes, but Yahuwah is good. And Yahuwah alone is good. So we got to learn how to do good. Come out of that evil. Wow.
Okay, so this chapter emphasizes the importance of obedience to his instructions. And it also emphasizes or shows that Yahuwah Yahuwah's sovereignty over all the nations, not just Israel. That means he rules over all the nations. He can decide what he wants to do with them and what he doesn't. So he's sovereign over the entire world, all the nations. So lots to learn out of this chapter. Let's go ahead and go into chapter 3. Who wants to read that one? Chapter 3 is a very interesting chapter. It has a lot of things in it. And it begins with recounting Israel's victory over King Og of Bashan and the division of the Transjordan land between Reuben, Gad, and Manasseh on the east side of the Jordan. But a lot of stuff in here to talk about. So who wants to read it? Kimberly, go ahead.
If I can try to read it, I've read the word much, but I may stumble. I may not pronounce it quite right.
Oh, well, don't worry. I've made such a fool of myself, nobody even notice. So go ahead.
Tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready when you are.
Then we turned and went up the way to Bashan, and Og, sovereign of Bashan, came out against us, and he and all his people to battle at Edria. And Yahuwah said to me, do not fear him, for I have given him and all his people and his land into your hand, and you shall do to him as you did to Sidkon, sovereign of the Amorites, and who dwelt at Keshbon. So Yahuwah our Elohim also gave into our hands Og, sovereign of Bashan, with all his people, and we smote him until he had no survivors remaining. And we captured all his cities at that time, and there was not a city which we did not take from them. 60 cities. All the distinct districts of Argob and the reign of Gog in Bashan. All these cities were fenced with high walls, gates, and bars, besides a great many unwalled towns. And we put them under the ban, and we did as we did with Sidkon, sovereign of Keshbon, putting the men and the women and the children in every city under the ban. But all the livestock and the spoil of the cities we took as booty for ourselves, and at that time we took the land from the hand of two sovereigns of the Amorites that was beyond the Jordan, from the Wadi Arnon to Mount Kermum. And then there's Lou White's note. Let's see, where is it in verse 10? And the cities of the plain, all Gilead, and all Bashan, as far as Salca, and Edrol. No, that's Idria, cities of the reign of Og in Bashan. For only Og, sovereign of Bashan, was left of the remnant of the Ephraim. No, that's Rethim, right? See, his bedstead was an iron bedstead. It is not in Reba of the children of Ammon, 9 cubits in its length and 4 cubits in its width, according to the cubit of a man.
Okay, hang on for a minute. Okay, so here you see that this Og, sovereign of Bashan, was one of the giants. Okay, so they defeated the giants in order to wipe out this recessant gene we were talking about. Okay, now the proof of that is his bed. Okay, so his bed was iron and was 9 cubits long and 4 cubits wide, which is roughly 13 feet long and 6 feet wide. So he was a rather pretty good sized fellow. Okay. And so this is showing you that indeed there were some hybrids floating around here, this area, and they had to be cleaned out. And don't forget, this is the main reason you have flooded the world, to get rid of the corrupted seed, the corrupted DNA of his creation by the fallen messengers, Melachim. Okay, so it goes on and continues here. And speaking of victory through the leadership of Yahuwah, go ahead, Kimberly.
When I read the word ban, B-A-N, what does that mean? I've always wondered.
Under the ban, the banner, the flag. So they're falling under the flag, the band, the banner. Okay. Put under the ban. That means you've fallen to your enemy, basically, is what it means. Okay. You seeing it? And we put them under the ban as we did. That means we conquered our enemy. Our flag dominated. Just like our national anthem, right? And our flag was still there. Okay. Something like that. Okay. Joe, you be nice. I'm going to get Speedy over there. And don't think he won't get there in about 5 seconds flat. That's the fastest mouse in all Mexico. Although his cousin there, Slowpoke, he's the slowest mouse in all Mexico. But he's got superpowers.
He's got a bowl of mice tail soup.
Speaking of that, them guys went out. They did bad. They all were like backsliders, and they went out and partied in Mexico City, and they all ate a bunch of mice tails, and they about 30 of them all together. And they deep fried them in peanut oil. And then when they got them out, they saturated them with ketchup. And they claim that they crunch like crunchy French fries and taste like French fries. So anyway, they were all bad pagans. They went to some senorita's party a few days ago, and they all backsliders now. Okay, anyway. Sandra, go ahead.
Just a quick question regarding under the ban. Does it also mean to eliminate and to kill? Because everything that was under the ban was being eliminated and taken.
Yeah, I mean, you can say
They
that.
weren't allowed to let them live. Remember when Achan hid
Well,
that silver and stuff under his tent?
Yeah, this was a battle. This was a war.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so yeah, of course you can say that. This was
Okay.
a war.
I just wanted to clarify that.
But you know, when you have a war, each side has their own flags and their own banners, okay? And they fly them very proudly as they're killing each other. And whoever's banner remains flying at the end is usually the winner, because the other side always wants to destroy the other side's flag, their banner, right? So you put them under the ban means you conquered them, and they lay underneath your flag, under your ban, dead, and you conquered them. You won the battle. All right. Okay. It definitely has to do with battle and war. Okay. It's a military expression, is what it is. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? I asked something. I forgot what I even asked. No. What it was. Well, anyway.
I think you were talking about the hybrid.
Yeah. Well, this shows us that they were, there was some corrupt seed here. The DNA recessant gene was still in the DNA of these people here, because they were giants. Remember when the spies went into the land, they saw giants. So that's even more proof of it. This is just one of the giants. Og. A pretty tall person. I mean, 13-foot bed. He had to be at least 10, 11, 12 feet tall. I mean, it's pretty good size for a human. All right. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? All right, let's go continue on then, Kimberly.
And the land which we possess, I'm at verse 12, anybody? And this land which we possessed at that time from Aroer, which is by the Wadi Arnon, and half of the mountains of Gilead and its cities I gave to the Reubenites and the Gadites and the rest of Gilead and all Bashan. The reign of Gog I gave to the half tribe of Manasseh and all the district of Argob, with all Bashan, called the land of Retham, Yar, Yair, Yar, son of Manasseh, had taken all of the district of Argob as far as the border of the Geshurites and the Macathites, and called them after their own name, the Bashan of Kuoth Yard, or Yard, to this Yom, and to Machir I gave Gilead, and to the Reubenites and the Gadites I gave from Gilead as far as the Wadi Arnon, the middle of the Wadi as the border, as far as the Wadi Yabok, or Yabok, and the border of the children of Ammon, and the desert plain, and with the Jordan as the border with Kinnerth, as far as the sea of Araba, and the salt sea beyond the slopes of Pisgah on the east. And I commanded you at that time, saying, Yahuwah, your Elohim, has given you this land to possess. All your sons of might pass over armed before your brothers, the children of Yitreal. But let your wives and your little ones and your livestock, I know that you have much livestock, stay in your cities which I have given you, until Yahuwah has given rest to your brothers as to you, and they also possess the land which Yahuwah, your Elohim, is giving them beyond the Jordan. Then you shall return, each man to his possession, which I have given you. And I commanded, this is Yahusha with an extra letter, at that time, saying, your eyes have seen all that Yahuwah, your Elohim, has done to these two sovereigns. Yahuwah does the same to all the reigns which you are passing over. Do not fear them, for Yahuwah, your Elohim, himself fights for you. And I pledged with Yahuwah at that time, saying, O Master Yahuwah, you have begun to show your servant your greatness and your strong hand. For who is a mighty one in the Shemaim or on Arets, who does according to your works and according to your might? I pray, let me pass over and see the good land beyond the Jordan, this good hill country, and Lebanon. But Yahuwah was enraged with me for your sake, and would not listen to me. And Yahuwah said to me, enough of that. Speak no more to me about this matter. Go up to the top of Pisgah, and lift up your eyes westward and northward, and southward and eastward, and look with your eyes, for you do not pass over this Jordan, but charge Yahusha and strengthen him and make him brave, for he shall pass over before this people and causes them to inherit the land which you see. And we dwelt in the valley opposite Beth Peor.
All righty. Thanks, Kimberly.
Mhm.
So, this is just all really, repetitive, continuing to be a summary about what we've already read. But this 26, man, it really gets me. He says he says, I pray, let me pass over and see the good land beyond the garden, this good hill country in Lebanon. And Yahuwah was enraged with me for your sake and would not listen to me. And Yahuwah said to me, enough of that. Yeah, that blows my mind. I don't know why, but it just, to me, it's mind blowing. Enough of that. Speak no more to me about this matter. Can you imagine Yahuwah saying that to you when you're talking to him? I mean, would you be stunned or what? And then he lets him go up there and look around. He said, you can look with your eyes, for you do not pass over this garden. So no matter what, he's not going to allow Moses to go. And I mean, I don't know. This verse has always stunned me for some reason. Did anybody see anything spiritual to this verse? I mean, does it stun anybody else like it does me? Yahuwah said to me, enough of that. Speak no more to me about this matter.
He's never spoken to me quite like that. Oh, he did tell me one time. He said, now that's the third time I've told you that. And I knew that was serious.
He's told me one time, he said, you know better than that. You don't need to talk like that anymore. You know, I've heard that from him, you know, which I think is sort of similar, but it's just, I don't know. That verse has always amazed me. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions? Chapter 3. It's a pretty popular chapter. I mean, they use this chapter a lot for teaching in different congregations and churches and stuff. They reference this chapter quite a bit, really. Go ahead, Roz.
Well, he talked to him like he was his child, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like, you know, you don't need to do that anymore. And actually, he talked to him like he was a friend too, you know, because that's how we're supposed to talk to him, is he talks to us like that.
Yeah. It's kind of like you would say to your kid, huh?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I'm not telling you again. I said no. And that's my final answer, right?
But why?
Why? I wanna. Go ahead, Chance.
Just
Yeah, I was just reading over here in chapter 1, and he says, because where does it say? Chapter, and Yahuwah was enraged with me for your sake, saying, you do not go in there either. You know, so he's already told him, you know, he was enraged with Masha for not kadashing him in front of the eyes of Yashrael, and now to, you know, it's interesting how it says here, and I pleaded with Yahuwah at that time, saying, O Master Yahuwah, you have begun to show your servant your greatness and your strong hand, for who is mighty one in the Shemaim or on the Arets, who does according to your work. So Masha is already starting to see all this greatness, and he's pleading with Yahuwah behind this because he wants to go into that land. So I don't know. I thought that was. It seems, you know, Yahuwah already spoke. He said it to him. He said, "You do not go over either." So it's already, you know, he can't go back on it. Yahuwah can't go back on that. He got to just set it in, and he knows. So Marsha had to eat that. He said, "That's enough of that." That is quite in a relationship right there, isn't it? It's such a close relationship. He is talking face to face with Ab Yahuwah. That is something to just behold for a moment there. Just really take that in. How close can you get to Yahuwah? How close,
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's the closeness of the conversation. When he says enough of that, I mean, it just seems like that would be between two very close people. You know what I mean? Like Ross was saying, between a parent and a child type wording. There's something about it really stands out to me. Anybody else? Sandra?
It came to mind that he might be just demonstrating he don't twist right ruling. In other words, he's saying, I don't, I've said this is what's going to be your punishment. I love you, but the answer is no. Like Chance was saying, you didn't esteem me. So because he's in such a high office, if he were to discipline one of the elders or the judges, then it would not be fair for him not to discipline the leader.
Yeah.
Thanks for letting me on.
Well, I'm sure you're welcome. Hey, go ahead, Ross. You had your hand up.
It just, I'm sorry, my mind had gone on to something else. But to get back to it, he was always considered a friend. Like Abraham was a friend.
Mm-hmm.
He was a friend. So he just, he handled him like a friend because he was close to him, very close to him. And when he's close to you, he talks to you like a child or a friend, or you're part of him. You're not away from him.
Talitha?
I think it was also about setting an example, because it says, but Yahuwah was enraged with me for your sake. So it's not that it's not just between Yahuwah and Moshe, right? So if it's for your sake, then he's enraged with him for continuing to ask him when he's already said no, but in front of others especially, and he's supposed to be the leader, right? Like he was appointed a leader, and he's not obeying just what he said. Like he's putting up a fight about it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's kind of what I see. But it's like, don't talk back to me, basically, right? Enough of that, he says. Like, enough of that.
Yeah, stop your begging. I already said no. Right. Stop your begging. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I always thought that Moshe stretched the truth a little bit there. I know he was frustrated with the people, but Yahuwah wasn't mad at Moshe because of the people. He was mad at Moshe because he was disobedient. So I think Moshe kind of pushed the button a little bit on that case.
Yeah, I think that, fair is fair, right? I mean, he was strict with the people on a lot of different things, and so he had to stay strict with Moses too. He couldn't let Moses slide in front of the people, right? I mean, see what I'm saying? That would be showing favoritism. You know what jumps out at me is when Moses stuck up for the people, even offering his own life to save theirs. Here Yahuwah does the same thing. Sticks up for the people against Moses. You know what I'm saying? And so it's almost like giving him a taste of his own medicine, or giving Moses what he wanted. He would die for the sake of the people. Because he couldn't treat him any differently. That wouldn't be right ruling at all, would it? So it's a very interesting passage. It really is. Go ahead, Sandra.
So what came to mind when everyone was talking is, you ever had to discipline your child and say, oh, this is going to hurt me more than it's going to hurt you? I think that's what he's expressing right there, because he did love Musha so much. He was meek and before him. He's like, this is hurting me more than it's going to hurt you. Stop it.
I agree with you. It's almost like he's saying, acting like he wants to, but he just can't because he has to set that example for the people. He has to maintain that same level of right ruling for the people. But it sounds like he wants to, but he just can't. Yeah, interesting. Go ahead, Ross.
Didn't it also go back to what he did with the Egyptian? That's what I've heard.
What do you mean by that?
Because when he took the life of the Egyptian.
Oh.
Way back then.
Oh. I don't know, man. I don't see a connection myself. I don't know why people say that. To me, I don't see that connection.
Mm-hmm.
Eye for an eye type ideology on that one. I don't know.
Yeah.
Tooth for a tooth. You killed, so now you're going to die or something for punishment. I don't know. I don't see it, but maybe. I mean, I don't know the entire ideology behind that. Maybe if I read it, I would see it otherwise. But for right now, I don't see a connection. But that's me, man. I don't know enough to connect it. Go ahead, Kimberly.
Well, my mind went, ever since I've been on here, I've been on here with y'all before, and
Yeah.
I haven't ever gotten flustered like I have today. Anyway, my mind jumped. Oh, I remember now. So everything is a type and a shadow, and when Moshe struck the rock and didn't speak to the rock, well, that made an inconsistency in the word of Yah, because when you go into where Musha is being sacrificed, it didn't line up. That part didn't line up because he didn't speak to him that time, because he was the rock. That's the main reason why he was being punished.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, the rock was Yahusha. It tells us that. Scripture does say that. So basically, he struck the Messiah twice. He was only supposed to be sacrificed once, not twice. So by striking him twice, it was he sacrificing him twice. In the spiritual realm, that could very well be. And we've talked about that before. Remember, Sandra? We talked about that. Yeah, there's something to that, Kimberly. Yeah. Go ahead, Chance.
Yeah, there is something to that. It came to me in the writings of Shaul, and he says, "How be it for you that you stake the son of Alua twice, and you bring him to open shame?" When he says that, I can't remember where that is. I think it's in Hebrews. Don't quote me there, but it could be.
It is. It's that's where
who has came to the knowledge of truth and continues to commit crime,
right,
and staking for yourself Yahusha a second time,
right,
counting the blood of Yahusha as common like bulls and lambs, and bringing the son of Yahuwah to open shame,
right,
something like that. That's just off the top of my head. That came to me as Kimberly was saying that.
Yeah, it's in Hebrews 6:4-6. For it is impossible for those who were once enlightened and have tasted the heavenly gift and have become partakers of the Ruach HaKodesh and have tasted the good word of Yahuwah and the powers of the age to come and fall away, to renew them again to repentance, having staked for themselves the Son of Yahuwah again and put him to open shame. So, I think there's a connection there for sure.
Definitely.
Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions? It's an interesting chapter. All right, we're
I
going to
have
move
one
it.
off subject.
Oh, go ahead.
Galil and Galilee, or is it? Yeah,
Yeah.
Galil is not mentioned here, but Gilead is mentioned here, and I have always wondered if they are not the same.
No. And the rest of Gilead and all of Bashan. No. Where is that? Let me see if I can pull a map up for that. Hang on a minute. Anybody else got something to say while I'm looking for this map?
I can tell you the word that I got. I got a word that said, "Put the 3 little horns in the pasture of Gilead," and I sought out that word. And the best I could get was Galil. So a pasture of Gilead, you know.
Yeah. Well, let me see. I think I found the map. Let me look at it.
He told me to put the 3 little horns, and I have cattle. Okay.
It is sort of. It is. It's just south. It's by the Jordan, but south of the Sea of Galilee, right next to the Jordan. It's a mountain range there.
Oh.
Gilead. So it runs like north and south, just below the Sea of Galilee. So you're right. And I'm wrong.
You're not wrong.
No, I just didn't remember where it was at, but yeah. Let me see. So the other one was Bashan. I don't see that one anywhere. So where is that Bashan? Okay, so there's been a lot of confusion over where the plain of Bashan is, but they know it's in northeast Israel. It was a fertile land. Oh, it was the area that was assigned to half the tribe of Manasseh. So it'll be on the east side of the Jordan. Okay. Whereas Gilead is right directly below the Sea of Galilee on the east side of the Jordan River and runs north and south like that. All right. Anybody else? Anybody want to watch Slowpoke Rodriguez in Speedy Gonzalez's movie? We're not going to do that yet. Okay. All right. So, Deuteronomy 4, y'all. So, it's kind of key themes are sectional here in this chapter. So there's like 1-14 will be a call to obedience. 15-31 is more warning. against idolatry. And then Yahuwah's 32 through 40 is Yahuwah's covenant. It's unique to Israel above all the other nations. And then it goes into the cities of refuge that are on the east side of the Jordan, 41 through 49. So who wants to read them? Joe, go for it.
Chapter 4. And now, O Israel, listen to the laws and the right rulings which I am teaching you to do, so that you live, and shall go in and possess the land which Yahuwah Elohim of your fathers has given you. Do not add to the word which I command you, and do not take away from it, so as to guard the commands of Yahuwah your Elohim, which I am commanding you.
Okay, hang on. All right, what does that mean to us? Do not add to the word which I command you, and do not take away from it, so as to guard the commands of you, your Elohim, which I am commanding you. Now, we read this same command in Revelation, don't we? At the end of Revelation. But here, it's we find it in Deuteronomy. So what does that mean for us today? Can somebody paraphrase it and make it simpler to understand? Chance?
Well, adding and taking away can cause poisonous doctrine. You can make the word more than what it really is, kind of like leavened bread. You got unleavened bread, truth. And then you got the leavened bread, which can be bigger, more harder to obey. You might turn people away because Yahuwah's word is righteous and perfect. And when we go adding to it and taking away from it, their blood could be required of your head. You know what I mean? That's really a powerful thing there, because if they go off stumbling because of your misdirection, so it's important to really stay into that word of Yahuwah and give it to it pure, especially the everlasting covenant. It's one thing to prophesy in scripture, but it's another when you start taking and that's kind of stealing, or that's kind of killing, or that's not really, that's kind of what's coming to me there, is to stay to it. Do not change it. Yes. Stay in that word.
Yeah, did not change the wording in any way. That's our Yahoo says. Sandra?
A good example was that when Yahushua told them that he told them to respect their mother and their father, but they tell their mother and father that what they were going to give them is korban, and no longer do they allow anyone to do for their mother and father when the commandment says to respect your father and your mother. In other words, that's their tradition. That was their tradition of men versus what the word says to do.
All right.
Out of there.
So we should avoid tradition
And go for truth.
Mm-hmm. Chance?
I like what Master Yahusha says, beware of the leaven of the Pusherim and the Sadducees. Beware of that leaven. You know what I mean? Because what do they say? You strain out a gnat and swallow a camel.
Hypocrisy. They say and don't do.
You're eating, you're taking in the small things, but you're missing the big picture. You're straining out a gnat and you're swallowing a camel. You know what I mean? You're not.
They were tithing the mint, the anise, but they were leaving out right ruling, compassion, and something else he said in there. I just read that.
Can anybody else paraphrase that to make it more simpler to understand? I mean, do not change the wording in any way. Would definitely. How about if it is not written, do not teach it? How would that be?
What he say? Do it.
Oh, if it's not written, do not teach it. If you can't find it written, don't teach it.
Get away.
Why you
Get
why you
away.
teach people stuff that's not written? You can't find it written down anywhere. You know, I think Yahuwah's very clear in scriptures. When he says something, he always says, it is I saying it, or Yahuwah, it is me, Yahuwah, saying it. You know what I mean? He's pretty clear about when he says something. You know, you don't have to scratch your head and wonder who said it. Go ahead, Oz.
Yeah, I mean, what I was kind of like thinking was, I guess one thing is to teach something that is not written, but I guess the way religions have got away with it is mainly because it's all open to interpretation, right? Scripture is, yeah, of course, it's like it is written, but it's very open to interpretation. So what they're teaching is more interpretation than anything, right? So I guess at this point is like the discernment, to have the discernment of, interpretation, like how people interpret it and what they teach on that interpretation can really be very twisted, right? Because it's like there are some parts that are very like metaphorical, analogical,
Or spiritual.
It's like there's hundreds of ways to interpret certain passages. Like even just small sentences are so many ways to interpret certain things, right? So
Yeah.
it
So
really is a hard one.
Yeah, it's a good point. And so there's the literal meaning and there's the spiritual meaning in scriptures. And most of the time when we elaborate, we're seeking out the spiritual meanings and sharing the spiritual meanings with you, right? But there is the literal meaning. But the problem is you just can't take the scriptures 100% literal, because if you do that, then you're ignoring Hebrew idioms, figures of speech, maxims, parables. And you can't do that either. You can't take those things literal. That breaks the cardinal rule of idioms. Can't do it. And so this is what Yahushua was talking about. If you can't understand when I talk to you about earthly matters, how are you going to understand when I speak to you about heavenly matters? And so there absolutely is a spiritual side. Paraphrasing is allowed. You are allowed to paraphrase to teach somebody that doesn't know anything the true meaning, as long as you don't change the meaning with your paraphrasing. You got to make sure you're staying in line with what it's saying. Okay. So this part about do not add, do not take away is then more specifically speaking of what? Kimberly?
Well, I kind of have an example.
Okay.
So my grandfather, being a minister, told us that the TV and phones, of course, were the eye of the devil, and that we shouldn't use them. But if we continued with that belief and actually made it a part of the law of God, then we would be in big trouble right now, because this is the only connection I have with people who believe in the true names of God is y'all. And I'm using it through electronics. So, and that's a good example about, lots of people have said that electronics are the eye of the devil,
Okay. So do not add, do not taken away is really specifically speaking about his commandments. Okay. It's not talking about paraphrasing or interpreting the spiritual meaning behind the literal meaning. Okay. Or even understanding Hebraic language, idioms, maxims, parables, this type of thing, figures of speech. Okay. You have to. And if somebody doesn't know, you have to explain it to them. If somebody can't pick up what you're laying down, you have to paraphrase it in order to get them to understand it. But being very careful not to change the message with your paraphrasing. And it is allowed, whether you like it or not. Go ahead, Roz.
The Catholics, Rome changed the 10 Commandments. Didn't they drop one and break another one into two?
Yeah, exactly. They did.
Yeah, and they changed the Shabbat to the first day of the week.
Oh, they dropped do not make images, And then they expanded the covenant, the 10th commandment, to make two out of it. Chance.
And worst of all, they said, I am Yahuwah, your Alua. They took that out and they put in they completely changed it all. They took the name of Yahuwah out of the everlasting covenant and they put their God in there.
God in there.
That's crazy.
That's a change.
That's the worst one. Because now you don't even know who you're calling upon. You're being scattered off. In order to worship, you got to know who you're calling upon. You can't just go out here and be calling on any old name and expect Yahuwah to conform to your expectations. We serve Yahuwah. Yahuwah don't serve us. I get this all the time. Oh, it doesn't matter as long as I have a relationship. No. And Shemut, he tells us, I am Yahuwah, and this is my name forever, and my remembrance to all that generation. It doesn't say God. This is adding from religion. This is adding from Shaitan. This has been adding. This is a problem for a lot of our brothers and sisters.
Right. Now, paraphrasing is not changing the scriptures unless you're incorrectly paraphrasing. You don't know what you're talking about, then it can be. But changing his name is not paraphrasing. That is changing or taking away, which is punishable by taking your name out of the book of life. That's a critical thing. That falls under do not take away. You're taking away his true name and changing it. That's taken away. That's not paraphrasing. So paraphrasing is not changing the scriptures. You're getting mixed up between paraphrasing and interpreting between languages. So when you take one language and you interpret it by using it, translating into another language, and you're using interpretation, you better be able to speak both them languages fluently. Both of them better be your primary language, just put it that way, or you're going to get yourself in some trouble, and which they did. So let's, keep everything in perspective. We can't just go off on a wild goose chase either. Go ahead, Roz.
I have a video on the fish, God. And I had somebody that came through yesterday and said, that's an important one because he is the one that saves. And I said, no, he's not. But that's how people are so, there's led astray.
Oh, yeah. Dagon, the fish, God, is what is represented by that fish miter cap that the Pope and the priests wear in the Catholic faith. I mean, it's matter of fact. I'll show it to you. Who had their hand up? Let's go ahead, man. While I do this screen share, go ahead.
I was just listening to this other guy the other day. And he was talking about, actually, I wanted to ask you, because he was talking about historically the name, even in the first versions of the King James versions, the 1600 versions, they had the name Yahweh in it. But it wasn't until after that that it got changed. However, he was saying that in the old days, the Hebrews would change the name of Yahweh to Adonai. It was apparently more in regards their unworthiness. So they took the third command of "you do not cast his name to ruin," I guess, to the heart, that they felt unworthy themselves to use his name, and this was part of the reason why they put the Adonai instead of casting his name given to them, because at that point they were like consciously feeling unworthy of even to speak his name, of how unworthy they were, right? Which I don't know, it made me thought about it. I'm like, well, if that is an honest thing, it's like, I guess it could make sense, if you really feel like very unworthy, to cast his name, because you know that you're like really unworthy to it, and you can't really cast his name in vain. I don't know. What do you think about that? Does that
Well, why would you feel unworthy to speak?
Well, maybe because you're not, I mean, since the beginning, they seem to not be obeying 100% everything. So.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't be thinking that you're unworthy to speak your husband's name. That sounds ridiculous to me. But the way I understand it is that when they were taken into the Babylonian captivity, the Babylonians were hiding the name of their mighty ones, and they were using anagrams or things like that, which they now use Christograms to hide the name of their deities. And so when they heard the Hebrew slaves speaking the name of their deity, which was Yahuwah, they began making fun of it and calling them a bunch of Yahoos. And so the priest didn't want his name to be blasphemed like that and disrespected. So they adopted the Babylonian custom of hiding the name of the deity. And so they made the name Yahuwah unspeakable in public and could only be spoken by the high priest, not anyone else, to keep it from being disrespected. And that's how that came about.
It's adding to his commandments, isn't it? Because he said, "Do not cause my name to be cast my name to be to ruin or show." Don't not say his name. Call him by his name. It's written.
Well, he did take his name out off of their lips.
That's in Yirmiyahu 44, I think, verse 17.
Yeah.
Because he said, "You no longer call me by Baal, which means Lord. Call me." He said, "My name shall no longer be called upon by the mouth of any man of Yehuda and in all the land of Mizraim, saying, as the master Yahuwah lives," because they were calling their idols and things that they were worshiping by his name, and he didn't want that.
Oh, he took his name off their lips, but then he gave it back. When did he give them the name back? He took it away. That's a fact. But when did he give it back?
When Yahushua came.
When Yahushua came.
In the 4,000.
Right. Go ahead, Kimberly.
Well, something that he tells me a lot is when I don't want to do something because I feel like I'm not worthy, or I'm embarrassed, right? He says, "I'm worthy." He said, he's worthy, right? He's worthy of hearing us say his name.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's more of probably, maybe what they call, somebody's in thoughts, it's really nothing. It's not, I wouldn't think that was scriptural, but somebody thinks that that's why they quit doing it. It's just something that's made up. But here's that, before I forget, here's that, what we were talking about, the fish head here. Okay. So you see this miter fish head hat right here. This is the fish mouth the Pope's wearing here. The mouth of the fish and the head of the fish. And then see this coming down here, his body, his scales come down here and hang off of there. And this is the fish hat of Dagon here, the fish God, and it resembles the Catholic mitre hat here. And it says, see any resemblance? Well, yeah, there's a lot of resemblance. And because that's what this is. Okay.
So you saying that Dagon and God go together?
Yes. Yeah, they go together. I mean, because they call everything God. And so this Dagon is related to Frigga as far as the fish fries. Okay. And to honor their pagan deities. It's all paganism. God, Gad, Gott was the name of Northmen's deity. And they adopted that into their universal religion. Now they call all of them God. So the question is, what God are you talking about? Because there's many GODs. Which one are you talking about? And ultimately, God is actually Satan nowadays. Go ahead, Ross. You don't think so? I know so. Go ahead, Ross.
Yeah, he's the one on the dollar bill. When you just said that about the fish fry, there's a lot going. I never thought about that was what they, that was worshiping that deity.
Mhm.
So it meant we were partaking of it and eating of his doctrine by eating that. I was Catholic, so
That's correct.
yeah.
That's why they
So
did.
I need to repent for that particular thing now that I know it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Look, I knew some Satanists and Wiccan witches and stuff like that a long time ago. Okay. And when you said God in their presence, they'd ask you which one. Are you talking about our God, Satan? Or are you talking about the Almighty? If you said Almighty, they're gone. That's about all I'm going to tell you. Go ahead, Chance.
This name war has been a really distinct thing for, I don't know, even this part of the nation that I'm in. It's, the name of Yahuwah is the gate. It's the key of knowledge. Without that name, you're separated. They separate you behind that. So if God is your go-to, Yahuwah have compassion on you and repent and come back to that, because the very first command, if you number them, I am Yahuwah. I am Yahuwah. That, if you don't got that, that's the number one. If you ain't got that, it's impossible for you to do anything. We got to get that's the foundation right there. All those calling upon the name of Yahuwah shall be delivered, just like it says in his word. That is the gate. That is the key of knowledge. You know what I mean? So one thing I've learned is most people in the name God, Lord, Jesus, and whatever else, they can lie to you under that name. But the moment they start coming to you in Yahuwah, Yahusha, they better be correct, because Yahuwah is coming with fire. Yahuwah he swift destruction, quick, fast, and in a hurry. He will come. That's why it says, do not bring my name to ruin. I shall not leave you unpunished. and Yahuwah will come. He will come. So when you're getting hit with JESUSLORDGOD, they can do that to you. They can lie to you and hit you with that poisonous doctrine and give you all that falsehood, feed you all that. Nothing comes. But if they're in the name of Yahuwah Yahusha, that's why they try to separate you from that name, so they can feed you the nonsense, the falsehood. You know, that's something I've been learning here with that stuff is, you know, I'm wrestling around with the GODs and the LORDs out here, all our Christian and Catholic religious brothers, and we don't get along. We don't agree on many things because their belief is religion. They're not believing in the word of Yahuwah. Their belief is in religion. So I'm like, Yahuwah helped me connect the dots. He said they're in religion. That's their belief system. When you start talking to them about what's actually written in the book, they're like, hold on, that it's written. You know, why are you outside of what's written? You know, and then you were talking about that last night, Mark. Outside of scripture, you're off way in deep in religion, but you're not in the word of Yahuwah. Read the book, read, because if they started reading, they'd understand. And once you start getting that truth, what am I doing here? And you can start asking yourself the necessary questions,
Yeah. Before I forget about it, we talked a little bit about last week, but going back to chapter 3, verse 21, there's where we find Yahushua, the 6 letters in the name. And we talked about that last week because they did that to make sure that the breath of life stayed in the pronunciation of the name when they included the double, Uah. There's 2 Uahs in there. And that's why they did that. Okay, so there that is, in case you missed that last week. All right. Anything else on this? If not, let's continue, Joe.
Chapter 4, verse 3. Your eyes have seen what Yahuwah did at Baal Peor. For Yahuwah your Elohim has destroyed from your midst all the men who followed Baal or Peor. Baal. But you who are clinging to Yahuwah your Elohim are alive today, every one of you. See, I have taught you laws and right rulings, as Yahuwah my Elohim commanded me, to do thus in the land which you go to possess. And you shall guard and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding before the eyes of the peoples who hear all these laws, and they shall say, only a wise and understanding people is this great nation. For what great nation is there which has Elohim so near to it, as Yahuwah our Elohim is to us, whenever we call on him? And what great nation is there that has such laws and righteous right rulings, like all this Torah which I set before you this yom? Only guard yourself and guard your life diligently, lest you forget the words your eyes have seen, and lest they turn aside from your heart all the yamin of your life. And you shall make them known to your children and your grandchildren. The yom when you stood before Yahuwah your Elohim in Koreb, Yahuwah said to me, assemble the people to me, and I make them hear my words, so that they learn to fear me all the yamin they live on the Eretz, and teach them to their children. And you came near and stood at the foot of the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire to the heart of the Shema, darkness, cloud, and thick darkness. And Yahuwah spoke to you out of the midst of the fire. You heard a voice of words, but saw no form. You only heard a voice. And he made known to you his covenant, which he commanded you to do, the 10 words. And he wrote them on 2 tablets of stone. And Yahuwah commanded me at that time to teach you laws and right rulings, for you to do them in the land which you pass over to possess. Therefore, diligently guard yourselves, for you saw no form when Yahuwah spoke to you at Koreb out of the midst of the fire, lest you should do corruptly and shall make for yourselves a carved image in the form of any figure, the likeness of male or female, the likeness of any beast that is on the arets, or the likeness of any winged bird that flies in the Shemarim, the likeness of any creature that creeps on the ground, or the likeness of any fish that is in the water under the arets, unless you lift up your eyes to the Shemarim, and shall see the sun and the moon and the stars, all the host of the Shemaim, and you be drawn away into bowing down to them and serving them, which Yahuwah your Elohim has allotted to all the peoples under all the Shemaim.
Okay, hang on a minute. All right, so here, 15 through 31 is a warning against idolatry. But notice when it says in 15, therefore diligently guard yourselves, for you saw no form when Yahuwah spoke to you at Horeb, that's Sinai, out of the midst of the fire.
You're coming through garbled.
Okay, let me refresh.
Thank you, Roz. I didn't know if I should say anything or not.
I was gonna say he needed a drink of water. Man, that was vicious. Oh, hey, Mark, you need some water, bro. That's parched
I
back
had to
there.
leave
That
and come
thing
back.
dry, man. Get some water.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? What happened to Phyllis? I booted her off. All right. Can y'all hear me all right now? Okay, so diligently guard yourselves so you saw no form. And at Sinai. And I said, so why? If you think about this, then why is he forbidden them to make any type of form of Yahuwah, of Elohim? He tells us right after that. Chance?
Because Yahuwah is Kadash, and he's not made with the hands of man. He's separated, and he doesn't want to be, worshipped by any creation of the hands of any man or anything. Yahuwah is Kadash. So.
Yeah. Well, it says here, at least you should do corruptly and shall make for yourselves carved image in the form of any figure. So by making anything at all to resemble Yahuwah, they can easily go overboard and start making all kinds of images of all kinds of things. And before you know it, they're worshiping fish and the sun and the stars and the moon and animals and trees and all kinds of stuff. Because that's just the way people are. They always take everything overboard. Right. And so that's why it's highly forbidden. Kimberly?
I've struggled with something. It's not something I purchased, but I inherited a whole bunch of figurines of what we know is Yahusha now, feeding the 5,000 and but they're little clay figurines holding the children, and I've struggled whether that could be considered an idol or an image. What is your thought?
I'd throw them in the nearest dumpster. And I'm not just saying that to be mean, because I did it. I've done it myself. So I'm just telling you what I actually did, not what I would do, but what I did. Okay. They got pitched to the nearest dumpster.
Mine got pitched too.
Yeah, I pitched my mom's rosary and my rosary and all that kind of junk.
I pitched
And
mine
yes, I
too.
said junk.
Yeah. Well, first of all, the J-man isn't Yahuwah. Okay. And he isn't Yahusha either. Because if you look real close at the J-man, he's an Anglo-Saxon. Anglo-Saxon is from Europe, generally a Greek or a Roman. And so he's not even a Hebrew. They don't even design him to look like a Hebrew. They designed him to look like a replacement theology, God, that he is, the J-Man. So I toss him quick. Look, it's an heirloom. It's something that you cherish because it's from your ancestors, but ancestry worship is also forbidden. And if it's wrong, it's wrong. It don't matter who it came from. Now, I know somebody very close to me, and I'm not going to mention any names, but they have a huge collection of angels. And I told them, I said, you don't know who those angels are. You are programmed to accept them as something that's good, that represents something that's good. But they can just very easily represent evil because Satan is an angel. And all the fallen angels are angels, and they look exactly like the other angels. You can't even tell them apart. Satan ain't a red scaled dragon with a tail and horns, breathes fire and holds a pitchfork and is red. That's an imagery made up in the imagination of man. Satan is the most beautiful angel ever made. He looks like all the other ones, even more beautiful. He masquerades as light, meaning he pretends like he's good, but he's really bad. But he looks the same. So you don't know who those angels are. They could be just as well be a demon as a good angel. All you know. You don't know who that statue is. Just because it has a wings on it and a halo on it don't mean diddly do. It could be a demon, all you know. They all look the same. They're all angels. Okay, so that's another thing. I wouldn't have them. You don't know who that angel statue is. Could be a demon, all you know, man. Go ahead, Ross. Ross, gone. Go ahead, Chance.
I agree with you on that. I mean, it's all idolatry, man. It's directly forbidden. It doesn't matter if it's a agate stone or a rock sitting on your counter. If that thing is pulling you, you're being pulled away from Yahuwah behind these objects. Cell phones. I mean, this all could you could get real deep into this idolatry stuff here. Anything you spend more time with than Yahuwah becomes an idol in your life. You know what I mean? So
yeah, it's true. And if you look at back here behind me here, hang on, let me let Ross back in. Hang on. Okay. All right. Good. All right. See this behind me? I don't know if you can see over here. There's a book in here. Here's one right here. See that? That's a head of a lion. My book in there. I'm not worshiping that thing. I don't bow down to it. I don't even talk to it. It's just a bookend to me. A lot of people say, "Oh, you got an idol right there. It's a lion head. You got an idol. You're disobedient." It's like, it's not an idol. It's a bookend. What are you talking about? Look at this picture here of a horse. You see that picture of a horse I have right there? Am I worshiping that thing? Nah, I'm not worshiping it. I'm just looking at it. I like the horses. So we got to use a little bit of common sense. Doesn't mean you're not allowed to have any photos whatsoever. You're not allowed to have anything at all made of any image at all in your house. I've been told that, and I'm like, that's your opinion, and it's not mine. But there is a fine line. I will agree to that. And if you're mature enough to keep everything in perspective, I don't see anything wrong with hanging a picture on your wall of your family. It doesn't mean you're worshiping your family, ancestor worship. especially like your great grandparents or parents or somebody have died. You have their picture still hanging on your wall. That doesn't mean you're worshiping them, So to me, there's a fine line there, that you got to be careful not to cross it. But that's just my opinion, because my mind may not work like your mind. I mean, maybe you're honoring that picture a little bit too much. Kind of like what I did long ago when I used to collect sports memorabilia and autographs. Okay. And it just dawned on me, even before I ever even knew Yahuwah, that perhaps I was worshiping these athletes and movie stars because I was collecting their autographs and pictures and cards and all kinds of stuff. And so I sold them and got rid of them because it just was hitting me hard. And since it was bothering me, I assumed there was something wrong with it, and I got rid of them. Go ahead, Roz.
Sorry, something went to go tip over, and I went to go catch it, and I touched the screen, and that's what happened.
Oh, okay.
And then I couldn't get back to it. But on that, with the person that has the angels, count them and see if it's 200. Then you ought to tell them that they got to get rid of it. You know what I mean? 200 was the fallen number that they had, as if they had a 200. But anyway, the JC was the first identity theft, the biggest identity theft in history, because it's a stolen ID for him to be called JC and everybody worship him. And that's what the broad path is versus the narrow path. Narrow path is Yahusha. That's why we get rid of everything that's beforehand, because it comes from that stolen identity.
Yeah. Where are you getting the number 200 from? Where's that coming from?
200 fallen angels. That's what I've always.
I mean, where's the source of that?
Let me see.
There was a long time ago, I had two pictures. They were shadow boxes of two women, and the Japanese women. And I had them hanging in my downstairs bathroom. And a friend of mine came over. She was a Chinese woman. And she come over, and we were sitting around, and she says, Mark, can I use your bathroom? I said, yeah, go ahead, of course. So she goes in there and she comes out. She got this big smile on her face. And she says, you have the same GODDESS as my mother. I said, huh? I said, what are you talking about? She says, those pictures you have hanging in your bathroom? She says, that is such and such, and this one is such and such. And I said, really? She said, yeah. And I went into that bathroom, and I grabbed both of those pictures, yanked them off the wall, walked outside, and threw them in the trash can. She's like, she couldn't believe I did that because they were very expensive. I didn't even know Yahusha when I did that. I just knew I wasn't going to have any God hanging on my wall like that. I heard them break all to pieces, and I threw them in there too. Blowed her mind. Go ahead, Ross.
It's in Enoch. It's in 1 Enoch, chapter 6 to 8. Yeah.
All right. All right. Anybody else? Chance?
Talk about the deceit of riches and idolizing money, and how easily your life can get consumed into trying to get your financial stability, and you put that above Yahuwah, and how easy of a snare that can become in your life if you're not careful and you don't separate yourself from your fleshy needs and currency and money, and you always put Yahuwah above all and let Yahuwah be your all, because Yahuwah makes it all possible. But that that worshiping of money can be a really powerful hidden idolatry in your life without us being aware of it. All of a sudden you're more worried about this, that, and this and that, and you're all the way in the flesh. Meanwhile, Yahuwah is over here observing that. So being moved to understand about the, weigh what is more important, everlasting life or just getting by tomorrow. What's more important in structuring our lives behind that. You know what I mean? Because money is a really, really hidden it's idolatry, and it's really hidden. And it is very dangerous for a lot of us. You know what I mean? Because we get stuck into that snare, and worries, everything becomes choked in your life. You know what I mean? You're more worried about trying to get this, that, and the other, and you're choking yourself. You're getting choked. Got to keep Yahuwah above, because Yahuwah does prosper. Yahuwah does provide. Yahuwah makes it all possible. So always exalt Yahuwah in everything.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Yeah, I mean, anything can be an idol as far as that goes. If you fear it, it's an idol. Money can be an idol. Another human can be an idol. Anything can be an idol. If you put enough esteem to it. I mean, your looks could be an idol. If you have that much vanity that you think you're all that plus some, you could be idol. You can be worshiping yourself. So yeah, I mean, anything can be an idol, and so that's what I'm saying. We got to put it in perspective. We have to have a mature mind about it. You know what I mean? Probably a good rule of thumb is if you put it above Yahuwah, then it's an idol. Go ahead, Sandra.
I think what it says in 15, therefore diligently guard yourselves, and for you saw no form when Yahuwah spoke to you at Horeb out of the midst of the fire, lest you should do corruptly, and shall make for yourselves a carved image in the form of any figure, the likeness of male or female, the likeness of any beast that is on their rest, or the likeness of any winged bird that flies in the Shamim, the likeness of any creature that creeps on the ground, or the likeness of any fish that is in the water under the rest, lest you lift up your eyes to the Shamaim, and shall see the sun and the moon and the stars, all the hosts of the Shamaim. You be drawn away into bowing down to them and serving them, which Yahuwah your Elohim has allotted to all peoples under all the Shamim. So there it is. It sums it up. Worshiping it, not even yourself, not your children, no one. Worship Yahuwah only, and Him only you serve. Sometimes having some of those things means you gotta dust them and polish them and wash them and clean them. You serving them.
That's why my stuff has a lot of dust on. You just can't see it. Okay. So I was just thinking this is so weird that you show up and put that in there. The ancient one, the alien. 200 is the number of the watchers, and a third of the angels rebelled, and there are far more than 200. I was just thinking that. This is so weird you put it up there. So thank you.
What does it say, Brother Mark? I didn't get to see it because my little.
There's 200 is the number of the watchers in Enoch, and a third of, if they have EL on the end of their name, they were a watcher. Okay. And a third of the angels rebelled, in Revelations, and there are far more than 200. Yeah, the reason I know that is because in Revelations it says, and even in Matthew it says that when Yahusha comes back, he's coming back on a white horses with his myriads of messengers. Okay, which is 10,000s of 10,000s, right? Remember we added that up that one time, and it was a lot. And so I know there's more than 200 fallen Malachim. So I was just thinking that the thought actually just went through my mind that 200 in Enoch were speaking of the watchers with the EL at the end of their name, indicating that they were watchers, but there's a lot more than just 200. And bam, that guy comes in here and throws that up on in the chat room. Almost exactly when I thought that. That's crazy.
And aren't those the ones that are chained up in Tartarus that it talks about in Peter?
Yeah.
Those are the ones that are chained up into outer darkness.
Yeah. That's right. And we know there's a lot more demons running around than just the ones that are chained up in Tarsus.
Definitely. Legion taught us that legion that healed.
And it says he comes back with myriads of messengers anyway, which is 10,000 times 10,000. So it has to be a lot more. All right. So I think that's true. I agree with that thing. 200 is the number of the watchers in Enoch. Go ahead, Chance.
Yeah, somewhere in Hanuk or Enoch too, it said the Nephilim that were killed in the flood, that their ruahs would remain on the Arets, and that's what the known evil demons are these days, is the ruahs of the fallen Nephilim that died in the flood. They still remain on the Arets, floating around, going into people and causing all this problems.
Yeah, I remember reading that. Yeah. I'm not sure where I read it, but I remember reading that. Yeah.
And Yahusha said, phantoms don't have flesh and blood like he has. When he came back, remember when he came back and when he was on the water, they was spooked thinking he was a phantom. He said, "Oh, but a phantom, they don't have flesh and blood like I have." In other words, he had the capability of going into the spirit or going into the flesh.
Yeah, he never reproved them.
Right.
He never said there was no such thing as a phantom. He just said a phantom doesn't have flesh and blood like I got. So there must be phantoms. Yahusha didn't correct them at all when they said that. So they must exist. Otherwise, you think he would have said, well, that's silliness. Phantoms don't exist. But he didn't say that at all. He almost seemed to agree with them that they existed. Go ahead, Chance.
Yeah, I was just going to say that the fact that they knew the word phantom means something's been existing, because that word exists. So that there most definitely has got to be some kind of something going on. But I just want to steam Yahusha. Could you imagine seeing our master walking across water like that? And they're in the boat over here trying to get through the water, and here comes Yahusha walking up by the way of the water, and they're just like looking at Master Yahusha, and he's sitting there looking at him like, even Peter wanted to come out. He said, "Hey, call me out there. Let me come walk on the water too."
Yeah, they were crying when they saw him.
Yeah,
they were crying, man. They were trembling and crying.
Man. He wasn't showing him that he was Yahuwah, because only Yahuwah can control the winds to blow and stir up the waves. They didn't get it. But he reproved them for unbelief.
Yeah. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? All right. Well, let's get back to it, shall we?
Chapter 4, verse 20. But Yahuwah has taken you and brought you out of the iron furnace, out of Mitzrayim, to be his people and inheritance, as it is today. And Yahuwah was enraged with me because of your words, and swore that I would not pass over the Jordan, and that I would not enter the good land which Yahuwah your Elohim is giving you as an inheritance. For I am to die in this land. I am not passing over the Jordan, but you are passing over and shall possess that good land. Guard yourselves, lest you forget the covenant of Yahuwah your Elohim, which he made with you, and shall make for yourselves a carved image in the form of whatever Yahuwah your Elohim has forbidden you. For Yahuwah your Elohim is a consuming fire, a jealous awe. And when you bring forth children and grandchildren, and shall grow old in the land, and shall do corruptly, and make a carved image in the form of whatever, and shall do what is evil in the eyes of Yahuwah your Elohim to provoke him, I shall call the Shema and Amorite to witness against you on that Yom, that you soon completely perish from the land which you pass over the Jordan to possess. You do not prolong your Yaman in it, but are completely destroyed. And Yahuwah shall scatter you among the peoples, and you shall be left few in number among the Gentiles, where Yahuwah drives you. And there you shall serve mighty ones, the work of men's hands, wood and stone, which neither see nor hear nor eat nor smell. But from there you shall seek Yahuwah your Elohim, and shall find when you search for him with all your heart and with all your being. In your distress, when all these words shall come upon you in the latter Yaman, then you shall return to Yahuwah your Elohim, and shall obey his voice. For Yahuwah your Elohim is compassionate all. He does not forsake you, nor destroy you, nor forget the covenant of your fathers which he swore to them. For ask now of the Yaman that are past, which were before you, since the Yom that Elohim created man on the Eretz, and ask from one end of the Shemin to the other end of the Shemin, whether there has been a word as great as his, or has been heard like it. Has a people heard the voice of Elohim speaking out of the midst of the fire, as you have heard and live? Or has Elohim tried to go and take for himself a nation from the midst of a nation by trials and by signs and by wonders and by battle and by a strong hand and an outstretched arm and by great fearsome deeds, according to all that Yahuwah your Elohim did for you in the Mitzrayim before your eyes? You have been shown it to know that Yahuwah himself is Elohim. There is no one beside him. For the Shemaim he let you hear his voice to instruct you, and on Eretz he showed you his great fire, and you heard his words out of the midst of the fire. And because he loved your fathers, therefore he chose their seed after them, and brought you out of the Mitzrayim with his presence, with his great power, to drive out from before you nations greater and stronger than you, to bring you in, to give you their land as an inheritance, as it is today. And you shall know today, and shall recall to your heart, that Yahuwah himself is Elohim in the Shemaim above all, and on the Eretz beneath. There is none else. And you shall guard his laws and his commands, which I command you today, so that it is well with you and with your children after you, so that you prolong your Yaman on the soil which Yahuwah your Elohim has given you for all time. Then Musa separated 3 cities beyond the Jordan, toward the rising of the sun, for him who killed someone to flee there, he who kills his neighbor unintentionally, without having hated him in the time past, and might flee to one of these cities and live. Beester in the wilderness in the level land of the Reubenites, and Ramoth in Gilead for the Gatites, and Golan in Bashan for the Mensashim. For this is the Torah which Musa set before the children of Israel. These are the witnesses and the laws and the right rulings which Musa spoke to the children of Israel after they came out of Mitzrayim, beyond the Jordan, in the valley opposite Beth Peor, in the land of Sihon, sovereign of the Amorites, who dwelt at Kishbon, whom Musha and the children of Israel had smitten after they came out of Mitzrayim. And they took possession of this land and the land of Og, sovereign of Bashan, 2 sovereigns of the Amorites, who were beyond the Jordan, toward the rising of the sun, from Aror, which is on the bank of the Wadi Arnon, even to Mount Zion, which is Carmon, and all the desert plain beyond the Jordan, as far as the sea of the Arbath, below the slopes of Pisgah.
All right, Joe. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. So, a lot there. I mean, draw your attention over here to the 3 cities beyond the garden toward the rising of the sun. So that would be east of the Jordan River. The 3 refuge cities of refuge. And we talked about them last week. And look down there at the end. It says, in all the desert plain beyond the garden, as far as the sea of Arabah, below the slopes of Pisgah. Okay. Wait a minute. The one up above that, which is on the bank of the Wadi Ammon, even to Mount Zion, which is Hermon, Kerman. This shows you that Hermon is Mount Sinai. A lot of people dispute that, but obviously Scripture says it is. Right there. I've told people that before, and they've disputed it, but it's obviously it is, because it says it is. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Where are you reading from? I couldn't see it.
It's in chapter 4, verse. The verse is that 48? Yeah, I think it's 48. From our Aurora, right at the end of chapter 4, which is on the bank of the Wadi Ammon, even to Mount Zion, which is Kerman or Hermon. Some say Harmon.
Hey, Mark, my verse says S-Y-O-N. S-I-Y-O-N.
Yeah.
Isn't it Zion with a T and a Z? Zion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just spelled differently here.
I always figured that was a different mountain.
Well, that's the same mountain. I'll look it up just to make sure. I don't want to be wrong. Hang on, let me look it up. It says it's not. I might be wrong on that. Let me look it up. Let me research it just a little bit farther.
Can I talk about this verse that hit me so hard when I first came across it?
Yeah, go ahead.
So in chapter 4, verse 27, it says, Yahuwah shall scatter you among the people, and you shall be left few in number among the Gentiles where Yahuwah drives you. And there you shall serve mighty ones, the work of men's hand, the wood and stone, which neither see, nor hear, nor eat, nor smell. But from there you shall seek Yahuwah, Elakah, and shall find, when you search for him with all of your heart and with all of your being. In your distress, then all these words shall come upon you in the latter Yoim. Then you shall return to Yahuwah Elakah and shall obey his voice. Man, this hit me so hard, my brothers and sisters. When I came across this verse, and it really got the name Yahuwah back. Yahuwah called his name upon me. I'm coming to obey his voice. I'm seeking to serve him and understand him, and all this came to be. All this was like, I don't know, this hit me so hard when I was looking at this, because I was in distress. I do feel scattered. I was serving the work of men's hands. I did seek Yahuwah with all of my heart and with all of my being. And Yahuwah did turn back to me, and I do seek to obey him. So when this hit me, oh my goodness, brothers and sisters, this verse really, really, I mean, rattled me. Hallelujah. Yahuwah brought me to this verse, and I almost fell off my stool. I always say that I got a little stool I read from. Oh my goodness, I almost fell off that thing. I was, whoa, so seek what really gets me here is he says, but from there you shall seek Yahuwah Elakah and shall find when you search for him with all of your heart and with all of your being. I mean, I'm talking about that's when you empty yourself out. You fill up a cup of water and you pour that thing out. That's what he's talking about. Then he shall come back to you. And now he's able to work with you and build you up. Because you've been broken, you are now humbled. You come back now, my son, my daughter, come back now. And he fills that cup back up with his word, with his truth. And now you obey his voice. Man, that's some powerful stuff. Hallelujah. That was some powerful stuff right there. Man.
Okay, so back here to this one now, Deuteronomy 4:48. Okay, this Zion here is the same as Mount Hermon. Okay, and Mount Sinai is the same as Horeb, Horeb. So that's where I got that mixed up. So that was wrong on that. So Mount Sion is also known as Hermon, and Mount Sinai is also known as Horeb. Okay, that's why I got that mixed up. It's kind of close.
Thanks for looking that up for us. We needed to know that.
Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, I needed to hear that, Mark. Appreciate that for digging into that. I actually needed to hear that because I get hung up behind all these different translations and names and word switches and stuff. I get hung up quite hard in this stuff.
Yeah, gets tricky sometimes. Go ahead, Sandra.
I just wanted to comment on that verse that you were convicted under, Brother Chance, is also a prophecy of how Yisrael is being scattered by Yahuwah. In other words, this is like a type of the scattering of the nations, even before they went into idolatry or anything. This is sort of like a prophecy that was going to happen.
What verse you talking about?
Verse 27 through 20 through 30, I guess. It says, Yahuwah shall scatter you among the peoples, and you shall be left few in number among the Gentiles. That's where we are today. He has scattered them among the people. This is sort of like a prophecy.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And from there, you'll seek him with all your heart. And that's what we're doing. And that's like Yahushua said, my sheep will know my voice. Those that know him, when people are rejecting, when you testify, witnessing him to them, and they're rejecting him, they're not, most likely are not of his sheep.
Yeah, this is one of the 3 times Moses talks about the latter days. They're in 4:30, Deuteronomy 4:30, Numbers 24:14, and Genesis 49. Moses talks about the last days. All righty. Anything else? Well, I should say the Torah. I said Moses, I meant the Torah. Speaks of the last days 3 times. Genesis 49, Numbers 24:14, and Deuteronomy 4:30. All right.
What's the other two? I'm sorry. What'd you say? The Torah talks about the latter days in Genesis what?
49.
Barashit 49.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what was the other one?
Numbers 24:14.
Thank you.
Okay. Any thoughts, comments, questions? Who wants to read 5? Sandra, go ahead.
And Moshe called all Yisrael and said to them, "Hear, Shema, O Yisrael, the laws and right rulings which I speak in your hearing today, and you shall learn them and guard to do them. And our Elohim, Yahuwah our Elohim, made a covenant with us in Koreb." Yahuwah did not make this covenant with our fathers, but with us, those who are here today, all of us who are alive. Yahuwah spoke with you face to face on the mountain from the midst of the fire. I stood between Yahuwah and you at that time to declare to you the word of Yahuwah, for you were afraid because of the fire, and you did not go up to the mountain, saying, "I am Yahuwah, your Elohim, who brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim, out of the house of bondage. You have no other mighty ones against my face. You do not make for yourself a carved image, any likeness of which is in the Shemaim above, or which is in the Arets beneath, or which is in the Mayim under the Arets. You do not bow down to them, nor serve them. For I, Yahuwah, your Elohim, am a jealous all, visiting the crookedness of the fathers upon the children, to the 3rd and 4th generations of those who hate me, but showing kindness to thousands, to those who love me and guard my commands. You do not bring the name of Yahuwah, your Elohim, to ruin, for Yahuwah does not leave him unpunished who brings his name to ruin. Ruin means shoah in Hebrew, means to lay waste. Hallelujah. And to throw, not to speak it. Guard Yom Shabbat, to set it apart.
Your mic went off, Sandra. Your mic shut off.
Mean you labor and shall do all your work. But the 7th Yom is a Shabbat of Yahuwah, your Elohim. You do not do any work, you nor your son, nor your daughter, nor your male servant, nor your female servant, nor your ox, nor your donkey, nor any of your cattle, nor your stranger who is within your gates, so that your male servant and your female servant rest as you do. And you shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Mitzrayim, and that Yahuwah, your Elohim, brought you out from there by a strong hand and by an outstretched arm. Therefore, Yahuwah, your Elohim, commanded you to observe Yom Shabbat. Respect your father and your mother, as Yahuwah, your Elohim, has commanded you, so that your Yomim are prolonged, and so that it is well with you on the soil which Yahuwah, your Elohim, is giving you. You do not murder, you do not break wedlock, you do not steal, you do not bear malicious witness against your neighbor, you do not covet your neighbor's asher, nor do you desire your neighbor's house. his field nor his male servant, nor his female servant, his ox nor his donkey, or whatever belongs to your neighbor. These words Yahuwah spoke to all the assembly in the mountain from the midst of the fire, of the cloud, and of the thick darkness with a loud voice. And he added no more.
Okay,
And
stop. Okay, so here's Moses letting the new generation know that this covenant was not just for their ancestors, but for them as well, and their children as well, and so forth and so on, to all generations. So, leaving no doubt that they have to be obedient as well. Now, in verse 12 through 15 here, it speaks of the Shabbat. You all see that? And I want to draw your attention here to several things. First of all, notice that Yahuwah is holding the head of the household responsible for the Shabbat. It says, 6 Yamim, you. See, you do not do any work, you nor your son, your daughter, your male servant, your female servant, your ox, your cattle, your donkey, your stranger, your gates, your male servant, your female servant, you. See that? It's all about the head of the household. He's holding him, the head of the household, responsible for everything. And so if somebody is in charge of you, such as your boss or a general in the army or whatever, he's responsible for not allowing you to keep the Shabbat. And so the sin falls on the leader, not the servant. This is why Yahuwah said it this way. Do you understand that? You're not responsible if somebody's preventing you from keeping the Shabbat. They are, whether they believe or not. This is why it's worded the way it's worded. Okay, that's the first thing. The second thing here is, notice this is a little bit different than the Shabbat in Exodus 20. Unlike Exodus 20, which links the Shabbat command to Yahuwah's creation, Deuteronomy 5:15 here links the Shabbat to their freedom from slavery in Egypt and highlights Yahuwah's favor, favoring them as his people. It's a big difference. Why? Because of the intensity. Go ahead, Chance.
I think this is an important question to bring up for us here is, so brothers and sisters of Yahuwah, we're commanded to keep the Shabbat. And let's say you have a job that requires you to work on the Shabbat. What if you tell your employer, I am unable to work this day, for it is a Shabbat to Yahuwah, and I obey and worship him? We must do that. We must tell our work or our place of employment, because Yahuwah is above and on top all. You must declare to them that it is a Shabbat, and I am to observe this Shabbat. I was concerned at this at the beginning of my walk, where I came to the knowledge, oh, I got to keep the Shabbat, but I have a job that requires me to work at night. So I only work Monday through Thursday, because Friday sundown is my Shabbat, to Saturday sundown, Shabbat. But for those, trust in Yahuwah and bring this to your employer, and don't be ashamed of Yahuwah, but tell them, I have to keep the Shabbat. You declare to them, Yahuwah is my creator, I obey, and I'm commanded to keep the Shabbat, and I desire to keep the Shabbat, and Yahuwah will open up that door for you. But you have to be bold. You have to declare Yahuwah in this matter and say, I will observe this Shabbat. It's a Shabbat to me. I cannot work today. I must take this time off and rest with my Creator and separate myself from my life and be on the time of my Creator and separate. But you have to be bold in this and declare Yahuwah and declare the command to them. So by them hearing the Shabbat, they might look to Yahuwah also and be like, what is this Shabbat? You might also change their life, but Yahuwah will open that door. He opened it for me, and I told my work, I said, I cannot work. I'm not going to work. I can't. I'm not going to work. It's a Shabbat. And Yahuwah opened that door and has given me peace in that. So our brothers and sisters who are in that, just bring it to them. Don't be ashamed. Don't be afraid. I cannot work. It is a Shabbat. Because what Mark was just pointing out here is it's you. So when you declare it to them and they still don't give you peace in that matter, that's their problem. That's between, you know what I mean? You've put that on them and you've declared to them that this is a command that I need to keep. So if you're stuck in a job where it does not allow you to have that Shabbat, you declare it to them. You know, be bold in Yahuwah and Yahuwah will open that door. Be bold and you know, speak it out. You know what I mean? Because it might be something they also need to hear too. So I think it's really important. It's really amazing that you brought that up, Mark, because I never looked at it like that. Thank you for that. So that's what was coming to me is to be bold, to bring Yahuwah in this matter, and to worship and to obey Yahuwah above all. No job is more important than obeying Yahuwah. Not a single job. There is nothing more important than obeying Yahuwah.
Yeah. Well, ultimately, you're right. We should all trust in Yahuwah and obey him no matter what. But in life, there's people that are between a rock and a hard place with this. I've talked to lots of them. And a lot of them, you know, if they would lose their job, they couldn't feed their children or put pills and have a house to live in. And they're scared to death to lose their jobs. So they go to work on the Sabbath. There's people here in this chat room that does that. Okay. Even people who've been on here have said they have to work on the Sabbath. And then, of course, there's the military. You know, Israel's enemies have never said, oh, we can't attack Israel today. It's their Sabbath. They're taking the day off. We'll attack them tomorrow. On the contrary, most of the time, Israel's enemies have always attacked them on the Sabbath because they know of this law that they obey. And so they made a point to attack them on the Sabbath. Well, they didn't just sit there and say, go ahead and slaughter us because we're not allowed to fight today. So this is why Yahuwah has worded this as you're seeing it read here, because the sin goes on the head of the leader. Look, your male servant and your female servant. A male servant, a female servant doesn't have a say-so. This is speaking of slavery. So they either die or work, like their master said. There's places in Scripture that says, you know, you have to obey your master, same as you would Yahuwah. Just like you were working for Yahuwah. Okay. And so, is there an exception to this rule? That's not what I'm saying at all. So don't misconstrue what I'm saying. What I'm saying here is, when you're commanded to attack, if you're in the military and it's on the Sabbath, you either attack or die. If you want to die, die. You know, but if you're going to want to live to serve you another day, then you're going to obey your commander and you're going to attack. Who's held responsible? You? The lowly servant or the commander that holds your actions in his hand and tells you what to do? The leader is. It says so right here. It points at the leader, not the servant. Now, this can go as far as saying, well, I'm the leader of my house, and you're right. And so if you allow your children, your animals, your wife, or your visitors to work on the Shabbat, you're held responsible for that, not them. You are, because you're the head of your household. Go ahead, Kimberly.
In Mark, Yahusha said, "Is it better to do good or to do evil on the Shabbat?" And the Benjamin Netanyahu, he attacked on the Shabbat to take out the leaders of Iran. So, just FYI.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ross.
Now I lost my train of thought of what it was I was going to tell you. Oh, I know. It was when I was in the shelter, and the shelter was always closed to the ones that were the homeless that were not staying overnight there, and during the day on Shabbat, and because they did a cleaning of the whole place. Well, they expected me to do it, and I said no, I got it approved already, to not do it. And I know I've told this story before, but I'm sure there's other people in the audience that haven't heard it. But this woman that was a chaplain or a helper chaplain that came up to me and she said, "You're going to have to do it." I said, "No, I don't." And then she said, "You have to do it." I said, "Well, if I'm doing it," I said, the thing is not on my hands, it's on your hands, because Yahuwah doesn't want us to work on Shabbat. So that's how we have to handle it, is telling it to them. And then the next week I was free and I was able to celebrate Shabbat.
Yeah. Yahuwah knows whether or not it's your desire to keep the Shabbat. Okay. And he also knows when you're forced not to. Okay. Versus death. Do you think Yahuwah wants you to die if you're forced not to obey this and the Shabbat, and so you disobey whoever has control of your life, holds your life in their hand? Does he want you to die, or does he want you to obey your commander or your owner and live to worship him another day? Which one? You think he wants you to die? Go ahead, Chance.
It's not necessarily that I think Yahuwah wants us to die, but he gave us a command, and Yahuwah is our life. So I'm going to pick Yahuwah, you know what I mean? And his will be done. That's a tough predicament in that matter, but I do believe Yahuwah is our cover. He's our cover, And
I got to say something real quick, because
if we transgress one part of the Torah, we transgress it all. We violate one command, we're in violation of them all, as it says. So if we're outside of that, I feel like we're breaking one command, we're breaking them all. And if Yahuwah says don't work, I'm not violating that. I'm going to do my utmost to not work, as it says. He says to rest. That stuff's been put upon me. I'm going to rest, and I'm going to be up front, and just Yahuwah is my shield. Yahuwah told me not to work. I'm not going to work. That's just me, though. That's for me. Others got to come to their own in that, but always palal to Yahuwah. He's the one who makes everything possible. You know what I mean? I'm not going to put my trust in some other man. I'm putting my trust in Yahuwah. That's it. Men can say whatever they want, but Yahuwah is my shield. Yahuwah is my rock. I'm going to trust in him. If he tells me I have to do it, I'm gonna do my utmost to not, so that's me.
I need to interject something real quick. This
Go ahead, Rob.
whole scenario is playing out right now for me. The cat just threw up on my bed, and I told my family, and he said, "You'll have to go do it now because it's a need, not a necessity." And I'm doing it while he's outside on the phone. And so he calls up my sister and says, "You've got to do it." Because I told him, I said, "This is Shabbat. I'll do it afterwards." And so it's funny that this is going on.
Yeah. Okay. So we want to keep the Shabbat, okay, to the best of our ability. Okay. Maybe not to death, but definitely to the best of our ability. Because Yahuwah knows what your desire is. If you desire to obey him and to keep the Shabbat, but something's preventing you from doing it, such as you're in a battle, okay, and you have 1,000 enemies attacking your position, and you start fighting back because you want to live. Yahuwah knows you don't want to, but you have to in that situation or die. I don't see Yahuwah throwing you into the lake of fire for that. I just don't see it. If you do, you're seeing a lot more than I am. Go ahead, Sandra.
I think the Pharisees and the Sadducees was accusing Yahusha for healing on the Shabbat. And he said, "What's one of you, if your donkey or your mule fall into a ditch, you don't lift him up out of there?" He says it's lawful to do good for the Shabbat. He made Shabbat for man and not man for the Shabbat.
Right.
So we have to do it in context. You know what's necessary when the need requires. You got to do what you got to do. Like Sister Ross had to go do that. So that was a need.
She has to go do it, or she gets thrown out of her house. She's going to go do it. And Yahuwah's
That's
not going
right.
to throw her in the lake of fire for that. If he does, then I don't know him.
I don't
I
think
really
so.
don't know him if he does, because I
He
don't
said,
think.
which one of you see your donkey and you don't lift him up out of that ditch? Yahusha said that.
Somebody comes walking down the sidewalk in front of your house today, and they fall down and start screaming for help, and they had a heart attack. Are you going to run out there, pick them up, take them into the shade, call the ambulance, and get them help? Or are you going to sit there and say, you stupid idiot, you should have died tomorrow. I can't help you today. It's the Shabbat. Who's in trouble? I say you're in some trouble, man. You better
We are, because we didn't show compassion. He desires compassion.
Come on, man. You know, we got to use some common sense here. My whole point here is not to tell you you're allowed to disobey this command. If that's what you're thinking I'm doing, you're totally wrong.
Right.
What I'm saying here is he is specifically, he says it the same way in Exodus 20. He's putting the responsibility of keeping this command to the best of your ability on the person that's in charge. Read it yourself. If you're not in charge, you still have to obey the Shabbat, but if the person in charge of you forbids it, then you have to listen to that person. And Yahuwah's not going to hold you responsible. He's going to hold the person that's denying you obedience responsible, just like he did Pharaoh. He didn't hold the children of Israel responsible. He held Pharaoh responsible because he was in charge of them. Go ahead, Kimberly.
I think that Yahusha is the one that told about the Good Samaritan, that the Pharisees and the Sadducees, they walked on by this guy getting beat and left for dead, and they wouldn't touch him because they didn't want to defile themselves before the Sabbath, right? Or
Correct.
before something. And I think that Yahusha was definitely making it known that when it came to following the law or showing love and compassion, you show love and compassion and follow the law again next week.
That's right. It's what the story of the Good Samaritan's all about. So let's get off of that and let's look at the difference here between Exodus 20:11 and Deuteronomy 5:15. Remember, I was talking to you about intensity. So Exodus 20:11 says, "For in 6 Yamim, Yahuwah made the Shemaim and the Eretz and the sea and all that is in them, and rested the 7th Yom. Therefore, Yahuwah blessed the Yom Shabbat and set it apart." So here it seems to be, the Shabbat seems to be linked to creation. Does it not? Yeah, it does. So then we go over to Deuteronomy 5:15. Listen to what it says. 6 Yamim you labor, and you shall and you shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Mitzrayim, and that Yahuwah your Elohim brought you out from there by a strong hand and by an outstretched arm. Therefore, Yahuwah your Elohim commanded you to observe Yom Shabbat. So here it seems to link the Shabbat to the freedom from their freedom from slavery in Egypt, highlighting not the creation week, but Yahuwah's favor. You all see that? You see the intensity of this? How it intensifies? Is there any thoughts, comments, or questions on that? So their shift from creation to their freedom from slavery in Egypt, highlighting Yahuwah's favor, is why he commands them to keep the Shabbat here in Deuteronomy 5:15. Placing what? The responsibility of it on their leaders. You seeing it? It's taking the responsibility and placing it on their leaders. Freedom from slavery in Egypt. Are you seeing the difference here? It's a big difference. Go ahead, Sandra.
I was also seeing that it is also the reason of the difference is because it's talking about the bondage of being set free from sin versus from sin. The bondage of being set free from sin. And it also prophesying about the end time, the 7-day millennium, with the 7-day millennium reign with Yahushua. That's his rest that we're going to enter after the 7 days of creation at the end times. So that's what I saw what you're saying, as well as I was focusing that this is the difference is that this is I'm setting you free from bondage. From that hard, but sin is a bondage. It's a hard bondage. It can lead you to death. So giving them life.
So since they are relieved from their bondage to sin, now they have the freedom to keep the Shabbat whenever they want to. So in that aspect, the responsibility responsibility of keeping this command shifts to the individual, right? But even in a free society, we are under the subjection of our leaders that can override our individual freedom. Therefore, it shifts back over to them. And the sin falls on their shoulders. Do you see that? Any thoughts, comments, or questions on this deep subject? Or the intensity of the difference between linking the Shabbat to the creation week versus shifting it over to the freedom from slavery in Egypt, which highlights Yahuwah's favor and removes it from his creation. Y'all seeing it? All right. There's a lot to that, isn't there? So let's focus here on verse 22 now, real quick. These words Yahuwah spoke to all your assembly in the mountain from the midst of the fire, of the cloud, and of the thick darkness with a loud voice. And he added, no more. Okay, so remember we were talking about don't add and don't take away here. So with that in mind, what does this mean? And he added no more. What does that mean? These words Yahuwah spoke to all your assembly in the mountain from the midst of the fire, of the cloud, and of the thick darkness with a loud voice. And he added no more. What's that mean? June?
It's a standalone marriage covenant between them and him. Standalone.
Very good. Go ahead, Ross.
Also, that he didn't want any exaggerations on it either.
Were the Pharisees adding to these commands in the time of Yahusha? They were, weren't they? Matter of fact, they were forbidding people to keep the fifth commandment. Yahusha pointed it out. Remember?
Don't they have a book of Talmud that they have? That they say that you follow the traditions of men rather than
the commands of Yahuwah. Yeah. You know, John 14:15. Let's go there one time. John 14:15. It says, and if you love me, you shall guard my commands. So they weren't allowing people to love Yahuwah because they were denying them access or the ability to obey the fifth commandment. Yahusha said so. So who did the responsibility fall on here? Did it fall on the people, or did it fall on their leaders, the Pharisees, that were not allowing them to honor their parents? Which one? Ross?
Pharisees.
It fell on the Pharisees, the leaders, same as not obeying the Shabbat. It would be the same thing. So this is substantiating or confirming what we were just talking about, isn't it? Yeah, Yahusha himself said, you are not allowing the people to keep the fifth commandment and honor their parents. So he wasn't holding the people responsible. He was holding the leaders responsible. Look at 1 John. Five, 2, and 3. By this we know that we love the children of Yahuwah, when we love Yahuwah and guard his commands. For this is the love for Yahuwah, that we guard his commands, and his commands are not difficult, because everyone having been begotten of Yahuwah overcomes the world. And look over at 2 John 5. And now I ask you, lady, not as though I wrote a new command to you, but that which we have had from the beginning, that we love one another. And this is the love, that we walk according to his commands. This is the command, that as you have heard from the beginning, you should walk in it. So, a genuine love for Yahuwah's, a genuine love for Yahuwah, okay, naturally leads to a lifestyle of obedience. This is what this is telling us. A lifestyle of obedience to his commands comes forth from a genuine love for Yahuwah, naturally, automatically. And somebody comes in there and prevents it, tells us we can't love Yahuwah. Does Yahuwah hold us responsible or them? Them. All right. If I'm wrong, I don't know Yahuwah, but I got a feeling I'm not wrong. Thoughts, comments, questions? Talitha, go ahead.
Yeah, I also think, like, when he said, and he added no more, that it also is a statement about that everything basically within the commands, any possible situation in your life can be kind of found within those commands, right? So that's the basis. Everything is within that. So even other stuff that he says later on, it's all still within, goes back to those 10 commands.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good point. You know, he added no more because there was no need for it. If you obey them as they're written, as he spoke them, there's nothing left you have to do, man. You're good to go. There's no need for it. All right. So is there a difference between the 10 Dabarim and the rest of Yahuwah's laws, the moral laws that define sin? Is there a difference? Sandra?
Personally, I don't think there's a difference, because the right rulings and laws are just the execution of the 10 Dabarim. It's how you write them. You know how you have your bylaws, and then in a home ownership, I think they have the bylaws, but then this is how you execute my love, is what the other right rulings are. This is how you demonstrate it, by rightly judging between one another in certain instances. This is how it's the right rulings tell us how to treat the Asha, how to treat our neighbor. It still boils down to the summation of the 10 Dabarim. So there's no difference. The
But I
execution.
thought it said he added no more. Now you're adding more. You're adding all them other bylaws and laws on top of the 10 Commandments, the 10 Dabarim, by saying that. But it says he added no more. So how can they be the same? Uh-oh.
I don't think I'm adding no more. I'm just saying that to demonstrate these 10 Dabarim is the how you live them. The right rulings is how you live them.
Okay, so my question is, maybe I didn't ask it right. Is the 10 Dabarim the same as the 613 Meshvat? Are they the same thing? Where'd June go? I know she knows the answer. The answer is no, they're not. See, the 10 Dabarim are not laws, they're vows. This is a marriage covenant. Okay, it's a blood marriage covenant, making you related to each other or one. Okay, with Yahuwah. We're related. We are his family. Okay, but it's a blood marriage covenant. This is a standalone covenant. Can we find any of these vows within the 613 mitzvot? Yes, we can. There are several, but they're not the same. This is when he married Yisrael, his beloved Yisrael at Sinai. Both the husband and the wife spoke these vows and accepted them as a covenant, as a marriage. The 613 mitzvot is laws that outline to us how we should live our lives. They define sin. These define your marriage with your husband, which is Yahuwah, your maker. So the reason if you break one of these, you break them all, is because if you break one of these, you're committing adultery as far as Yahuwah is concerned. And so, yeah, break one, break them all. You're still committing adultery and you're breaking your marriage vows to me. It's a standalone covenant. This is the everlasting covenant, not the 613 mitzvahs. Thoughts, comments, or questions? A lot going on today. All right. No more questions. Let's continue on. Sandra, your mic's off again, sweetie.
Oh, I'm sorry, you all. These words Yahuwah spoke to all your assembly in the mountain from the midst of the fire and of the cloud and of the thick darkness with a loud voice, and he added no more. And he wrote them on 2 tablets of stone and gave them to me. And it came to be, when you heard the voice from the midst of the darkness while the mountain was burning with fire, that you came near to me, all the heads of your tribes and your elders, and said, see, Yahuwah our Elohim has shown us his esteem and his greatness, and we have heard his voice from the midst of the fire. Today we have seen that Elohim speaks with man, and he lives. And now, why should we die? For this great fire is consuming us. If we hear the voice of Yahuwah our Elohim anymore, then we shall die. But who is there of all flesh who has heard the voice of the living Elohim speaking from the midst of the fire, as we have, and does live? You go near and hear all that Yahuwah Elohim says, and speak to us all that Yahuwah Elohim says to you, and we shall hear and do it. And Yahuwah heard the voice of your words when you spoke to me, and Yahuwah said to me, I have heard the voice of the words of this people, which they have spoken to you. They have done well in all that they have spoken. Oh, that they had such a heart in them to fear me and to guard my command always, so that it might be well with them and with their children forever. Go, say to them, return to your tents, but you stand here by me, and let me speak to you all the commands and the laws and the right rulings which you are to teach them, and they shall do them in the land which I am giving them to possess. And you shall guard to do them as Yahuwah your Elohim has commanded you. Do not turn aside to the right or to the left. Walk in the way which Yahuwah your Elohim has commanded you, so that you live and it be well with you, and you shall prolong your yomim in the land which you possess.
Okay, cool. All right, so he says, walk in all the ways which Yahuwah your Elohim has commanded you, so that you live and it be well with you, and you prolong your days in the land which you possess. Okay, so the question is then, we have 613 or thereabouts mitzvah, right? Moral laws. We have the 10 Dabarim, okay? The 10 Dabarim, if we break one or break them all, what's the penalty?
Death.
Huh?
Death.
So every one of those is a death penalty? Okay, how about the 613 mitzvah? If we break one of them, what's the penalty? It varies, doesn't it? So that shows you it's not the same. If you break your vow, your marriage vow, you die. If you break mitzvah, 613 of them, it depends on which one you broke, and the punishment varies on the circumstances.
The 613, you're rewarded according to what you did.
Right.
You get a reward based on what you did. And this one here, okay, I get it.
Okay. All right. Oh, that they had such a heart in them to fear me and to guard all my commands always, so that it might be well with them and with their children forever. Can you imagine if we had the heart to not break any laws, any of them?
Then we didn't need to have even the laws.
Yeah, wouldn't that be something? Is there any thoughts, comments, or questions on this chapter 5? I know I throwed a lot at you on that one. Go ahead, Sandra.
Okay, so this one is one of my favorite verses here. Oh, that they had such a heart in them to fear me and to guard all my commands always, so that it might be well with them and with their children forever. So this is sort of like prophesying about when he said he's going to break up our fallow ground of our heart, and he's going to put his ruach in us, and he's going to write his laws upon our hearts and upon our mind, and he'll be to us an Elohim, and that's what this always brings to my mind when I read this. That this is prophesying about the indwelling.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anything else, you guys? Go ahead, Kimberly.
I have to say something about this. So when the children of Israel said, "You speak to you speak to Yahuwah, we don't speak to Yahuwah," I always thought that was a negative. I've been preached at, and that's where I come from. From that Kirk. So I apologize, but I never knew. It says here that they did well. It says they've done well. So he's not mad at them for saying, "Okay, you talk to God." I mean, Yahuwah, right? For us, and we will listen to you, and we will obey you, and we will obey His commands. You get it? Or did you miss it?
I'm kind of missing it. Say it again.
Okay. I was always taught that the children of Israel could have had a personal relationship with Yahuwah, just like Moses, if they had chosen at that point, and that it was a negative. The fact that they said, no, Moses, you talk to Yahuwah, we don't, right?
Oh.
But here, Yahuwah is responding to their thoughts and to their words, right? And he's saying, I heard them, and they have done well in all that they have spoken. You understand?
What verse is that in that you're saying there?
I get what you're
Okay.
saying, Kimberly.
Yeah, it's verse. It's hard to see it's right before 29, so that's 28. It's verse 28.
Oh, okay. And you heard the voice of your words when you spoke to me. And Yahuwah said to me, I have heard the voice of the words of this people, which they have spoken to you. They have done well in all that they have spoken. Oh, I see what you're saying now. And so what's your question?
It wasn't a question, it was a statement that,
Okay.
going to Kirk's, church, that
Mhm.
I've been told that this was a bad mark against the children of Israel, because
Oh,
they could have had a relationship with Yahuwah like Moses had, but they chose not to. They chose to have a
okay,
different
so
kind of relationship.
right. Okay, so they have done well in all that they have spoken. Why? Why would Yahuwah say that they've done well? I mean, forget about the church. Who cares what they say? But why did Yahuwah say that they did well?
Because they said that they would do all that was in the commands that he had received from Yahuwah.
Yeah, but they said they didn't want to hear Yahuwah's voice and speak with him or see him. They wanted Moses to go talk to him and come back and tell them what he said. And so Yahuwah said that was a good thing that they said that. So why? Why was that a good thing? Sandra?
I don't.
Yeah, go ahead, Sandra.
I think it's because Yahuwah is set apart and they were not at that time. And it's talking about the mediator. It's between Musha was their mediator at that time. And he was set apart. That's why he said that was done well. Remember, he told Musha, take
That's
those
a good
things off
point.
the feet.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Might be wrong, I don't know.
Well, that's not wrong. It's a good point. What else could be? Why else could he said that it was good that they did that? Talita?
Also because they're believing without hearing him directly. Like,
That's another good point.
Yahuwah allotted Mose as to be the one that's taking them and leading them.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they're still going to believe. So they're saying
mm-hmm.
Just let him tell us and we'll believe.
Yeah, they obviously were scared that they were going to die if they heard him anymore. They realized he lives, he's real. And now why should we die? For this great fire is consuming us. If we hear the voice of Yahuwah Elohim anymore, then we shall die. So they were fearing him. And so fearing him is the beginning of wisdom. And so this was a good thing. They were beginning to fear him, which means they were beginning to believe him. If you don't fear him, you don't believe in him. Why would you? The only people that fear him are those who believe in him. Then you fear him. So this was the beginning of them fearing him, which was a good thing, because it proved that they believed in everything he said. And that's why they said, whatever he says, we'll do. They were fearful not to. Remember when we talked about that a long time ago? About why they fear him, why people fear Yahuwah, why it's a good thing to fear him. Remember all that? So they were afraid they were going to die. So obviously they were fearing him.
Fearing him is the beginning of wisdom.
Beginning of wisdom.
Mm-hmm. Understanding is departing from evil.
And so they're saying, just go talk to him and then come back and tell us what he says and we'll do it. So they were really scared of him. They were very frightened of him. Look at 29. Oh, that they had such a heart in them to fear me and to guard all my commands always. This means if you don't fear him, you're not going to guard his commands. Why would you? You're not afraid of him. You're not going to do what he says. But if you believe in him and you fear him, you're going to guard his commands because you're scared not to, because you know what he can do. Okay. Any other thoughts, comments, questions on this one? All right, who wants to read 6? Go ahead, Talitha.
Okay, chapter 6. And this is the command, the laws and right rulings, which Yahuwah your Elohim has commanded, to teach you to do in the land which you are passing over to possess, so that you fear Yahuwah your Elohim, to guard all his commands, and his commands which I command you. To guard all his laws and his commands which I command you. You and your son and your grandson, all the yamen of your life, and that your yamen be prolonged. And you shall hear, O Yisrael, and shall guard to do, that it might be well with you, and that you increase greatly, as Yahuwah Elohim of your fathers has spoken to you, in a land flowing with milk and honey. Hear, O Yisrael, Yahuwah our Elohim, Yahuwah is one, and you shall love Yahuwah your Elohim with all your heart, and with all your being, and with all your might. And these words which I am commanding you today shall be in your heart, and you shall impress them upon your children, and you shall speak of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise up, and shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes. And you shall write them on the doorposts of your house and on your gates. And it shall be, when Yahuwah your Elohim brings you into the land of which he swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Yitzhak, and to Jacob, to give you great and good cities which you did not build, and houses filled with all kinds of goods, which you did not fill, and wells dug, which you did not dig, vineyards and olive trees, which you did not plant, and you shall eat and be satisfied. Be on guard, lest you forget Yahuwah, who brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim from the house of bondage. Fear Yahuwah your Elohim, and serve him, and swear by his name. Do not go after other mighty ones, the mighty ones of the peoples who are all around you. For Yahuwah your Elohim is a jealous Al in your midst, lest the displeasure of Yahuwah your Elohim burn against you. Then he shall destroy you from the face of the Eretz. Do not try Yahuwah your Elohim, as you tried him in Massah. Diligently guard the commands of Yahuwah your Elohim, and his witnesses, and his laws, which he has commanded you. And you shall do what is right and good in the eyes of Yahuwah, that it might be well with you. And you shall go in and possess the good land of which Yahuwah swore to your fathers, to drive out all your enemies from before you, as Yahuwah has spoken. When your son asks you in time to come, saying, what is the meaning of the witnesses, and the laws, and the right rulings, which Yahuwah our Elohim has commanded you? Then you shall say to your son, we were slaves of Pharaoh in Mitzrayim, and Yahuwah brought us out of Mitzrayim with a strong hand. And Yahuwah sent signs and wonders, great and grievous, upon Mitzrayim, upon Pharaoh, and upon all his household before our eyes. And he brought us out from there to bring us in, to give us the land of which he swore to our fathers. And Yahuwah commanded us to do all these laws, to fear Yahuwah our Elohim for our good always, to keep us alive as it is today. And it is righteousness for us when we guard to do all this command before Yahuwah our Elohim, as he has commanded us.
All right. Okay. So 6:4 is the Shema, right? And this is probably the central passage in the Tanakh. Okay. The main theme of the Tanakh. The Shema means hear. So this is a call to total loyalty to Elohim, commanding Israel to love him with all their heart, being, and strength. It commands parents to teach his laws to their children diligently, and not to avoid forgetting about Yahuwah's deliverance from Egypt. And to the point where they're to write them on the doorposts of their house and on their gates. So, is there any questions about this Shema? 6, 4, and 5. Sandra?
I don't have a question about the Shema, but I was noticing in verse, let's see, this is verse 21. He says, what is the meaning of the witnesses and the laws and the right ruling? I think these are his witnesses too.
I was just going to get to that.
Oh, okay. And I'm thinking that it's the living Yahusha too, when you think about it that way.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, verse 20 there, when your son asks you in time to come, saying, what is the meaning of the witnesses and the laws and the right rulings, which Yahuwah Elohim has commanded you? Okay, that's three different things. That shows you that those are separate. There are three distinct things: the witnesses, the laws, and the right rulings. So what are they? They're not the same. They're different. Three distinct things. Go ahead, Talitha.
Okay, so in chapter 4, near the end of chapter 4, verse 45. Oh, well, you could start, I guess, 44. And this is the Torah which Musha set before the children of Yisrael. These are the witnesses and the laws and the right rulings, which Musha spoke to the children of Yisrael after they came out of Mitzrayim.
Yeah. So what are those? Let's start off with the witnesses. It's the witnesses.
The witnesses are the 10 Dabarim, right? The marriage covenant, the everlasting covenant of love. And the laws and the right rulings, those are the other 613 that he gave them, right? That were outside of the covenant. The 10 Dabarim were in the ark.
So the witnesses are the 2 tablets, the 10 Dabarim. Okay, I can buy into that. And the laws, those are the 613 mitzvot. Is that correct? Okay.
Right, but how do you spell mitzvah? You're saying it. I'm not clear on how to spell it.
M-I-T-Z-O-T. M-I-T-S-V-O-T.
Okay.
Am I saying it wrong? I mean, I'm not.
I don't know. I don't know
I'm
how to
not
spell.
a Hebrew language scholar like some people, you know.
Well, neither am I, but I just wanted to know how to spell it. It'll help me better to pronounce it.
M-I-T-S-V-O-T is how I'm spelling it. I don't know if that's right or not. Don't hold me to it.
Okay, thanks.
And so the laws and the right rulings are what then? So we have the 2 tablets of stone, the 613 laws, and then what's right rulings? What is that? Would that not be the penalties for breaking the laws or for keeping the law? Yeah, it would be. So if you broke the law, the penalty, if you're accused of breaking the law but found out you didn't, then that would be also a right ruling of your innocence. That you're innocent. So either way, right ruling. No bribes, no payoffs, no favoritism involved. It's just right, whether you're guilty or not guilty. The penalty is for everyone the same. That's why he couldn't let Moses go in, for the sake of the people and his right rulings. He couldn't play favorites. If he played favorites, he'd be an unjust judge. He'd be a corrupt judge. And the judge of the universe is not corrupt. He's Rules with right rulings cannot be paid off. Good thing for us. Okay. So those are three different things, aren't they? And that's more proof that the Ten Dabarim is a standalone marriage covenant. Did anybody, just curious, those of you who are married, when you got married and you took your vows, did you get a written copy of your vows that you spoke? Most of us did not. Some have. I've seen people's vows, they're written down. But here, Yahuwah wrote them down. Gave a copy to the bride and copy for the groom. Right? Or both of them are written on front and back. 5 on the front, 5 on the back of each tablet, right? I mean, they say that they tried to tell you that they were written on the face of the tablet, like 5 on this one, 5 on this one. But really, they were written on front and back. Both contained the 10 Dabarim, because one copy was the bride's and one copy was the husband's, the groom's. Is that correct? Everybody agree with that assessment? Go ahead, Talitha.
Sorry, my question wasn't related to that, so that's why I put my hand back down.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so mine deals with the Shema. So, for example, when it says you shall write them on the doorposts of your house, like when they're saying write them, is that like that's talking about the 10 Commandments? Or what is it talking about? Which words is it talking about?
Yeah, and you shall write them on the doorposts of your house and on your
And
gates.
impress them upon your children and speak of them.
Mm-hmm.
So is it just
words which I am
the loving?
Say,
Sorry, go
shall
ahead.
be in your heart. You must impress them upon your children. So what words are in your heart, written on your heart, when you enter the everlasting covenant? What's he write? What's he put in your inner parts and write and describe on your heart? The Shema or the 10 Dabarim, your marriage vows to him? I would say I get you, man, because I thought about that once before too, and I was thinking, man, is this supposed to be the Shema, right on there, or is this supposed to be the 10 Commandments? Well, guess what? Either one is good for me because it means the same thing. But I'm going to go out on the limb here and say this is the 10 Dabarim, okay? Because that's what's written in our hearts. But when you sum up what I was saying earlier, that this is central passage of the Tanakh, okay, the main thing, because if you sum the Shema up, it says you shall love Yahuwah your Elohim with all your heart and with all your being and with all your might, right? This means that you love him. You're married to him, you love him. This is your husband, right? And so this is the same as your marriage vows. If you think about it, because you're commanded to love him totally. He's calling for total loyalty here. He wants you to be trustworthy, true blue, loyal, devoted, forsaking all others, clinging to him. See? So either way, it comes out to the same thing. Okay. Doesn't it?
Yeah, because in order to love him fully, you would have to be following those vows.
Right. And if you follow them, that is also proof that you truly love him. So the true love for Yahuwah is demonstrated through our obedience and keeping his the wedding vows, the 10 Dabarim, his commands. Right? So in a way, they both mean the same thing. But I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, and you shall write them on the doorposts of your house and on your gates is the 10 Dabarim. But I know, I'm pretty sure, anyway, I think I remember correctly, that little thing they wear on their foreheads and on their hand there contains the Shema, not the 10 Commandments. I'm pretty sure that it does. Okay. Now, the thing they wear on their hand there, you've probably seen it, right, wrapped around there. That's just like wearing a wedding ring in the Hebrew culture. So that's just like them putting on a wedding ring in our culture. You see that wedding ring, you know they're married, right? Well, you see that thing wrapped all around the arm, you know they're married, and their Elohim is Yahuwah. They're married to him. Has anybody else got anything else on that? I mean, I'm pretty sure that's what they wear on their forehead and on their hand is the Shema. But I think this, 9 is talking about the 10 Dabarim, in my opinion. Thoughts, comments, questions? Okay, so total love for Yahuwah, total loyalty. Go ahead, Ross.
On that with putting that on the head, it doesn't say to put something on there. It doesn't say that in scripture to put something on there. It just says to it's spiritually that we're putting it on there. And spiritually for both things, the frontlets and the it's not supposed to be a physical thing.
Well, they're taking it physically and literally. And like I said, many a times, we have to understand the literal before we can understand the spiritual. We must understand the literal before we can even begin to think about understanding the heavenly. But obviously, they're taking this literally because they're in the mind of the flesh. We take it spiritually because we're in the mind of the spirit. So we're seeing it spiritually where they're seeing it literal. There's no right and wrong in that.
Because it never said that Yahusha had anything on his head or his arm.
No. Because he's spiritual. And so is the word. The Torah is spiritual too. Scripture says so. But that doesn't make them evil. It just means they don't understand. They're in the dark. Go ahead, Talitha.
I don't know. I don't see it as like that they're just taking it physically. I know that they're doing that physical thing, but like, it's also as a reminder, I feel. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think when people do that, like very devoted people will sometimes do certain things like that. And that's more of just like, they can never forget because anytime they look at their hand, they see that thing wrapped around and they can always feel it like on their head. And that's just a tool, I feel, more so than I think that they also know that it's supposed to be spiritual. I mean, I could be wrong, but I do think that they know that. Like, I don't think that, because when you read it here, it's, I don't, except for the writing them on the doorpost of your house, that does sound like it could be, something that you might want to do physically, but like, I don't know, the rest sounds more like, because it says as a sign, bind them as a sign, like, I don't know. I mean, in the actual Hebrew understanding, maybe it does sound more physical. I'm not sure, but reading it in the English translation, like, I think that they might know that and they use it more as a memory to remember all the time. Just like the tzitzits, right? They put them on because it's supposed to remind you all the time.
Yeah, it could be, yeah. I mean, it could be both. You know, it could be both. It doesn't have to be one or the other. It can be both. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Generally speaking, since they haven't accepted the Mashiach and they don't believe in Yahusha, you almost got to say they're taking this stuff literally, you know, just like they do all the commands. But yeah, it could be both, especially nowadays, because you know there's a lot more knowledge out there now than there was back in this time, you know. But it does say, and shall bind them. And bind means to tie. Bind them as a sign, and that could be a reminder, a sign on your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes.
Yeah, I guess we'd have to really see like what Hebrew word are they actually using for those things to like know, to understand a bit better if that's like the only meaning.
I think those are idioms. When you bind them,
Well, that's what I was thinking.
you're doing them. The frontness between your eyes, you're actually practicing and doing them.
That's right. Exactly. That's what I was feeling when I read it. That's what it seems to me. But,
That could be what the spiritual meaning of it is. But obviously they're taking it literal. They wouldn't be running around with them little boxes on their forehead and this thing wrapped around their arm if they weren't taking it literal. So we have to say, yes, they are taking it literal because look what they're doing. If they weren't, they wouldn't be doing it. Okay, so we got
I think
to.
Yahusha says something to them about doing that too, because they're doing it outwardly, and you're not a Yehudi outwardly, but one inwardly.
Yeah, but we have to assume they're doing it because they're taking it literally, man. Otherwise, they run around with little boxes on their head and things wrapped around their forehead.
I may picture this really bad, but I went to see the Hamilton, the movie, of the United States. It's in its beginning stage, right?
Yeah.
And every one of the ones that were Jewish had two little. They were about an inch tall, maybe a little inch and a half. Two little like zeets tied to their hair right here at the Widow's Peak, while they were performing the Broadway. They literally took it literal.
But again, I feel like that also deals with, more about the same thing that the churches do. It's like one guy decided to like say that this is how it should be, and then they all just, started following that. It was somebody's interpretation was that, but I don't know. But yeah, I guess they are taking literally if they're wearing it all the time.
I mean, we have to assume that because they're doing because of what their actions are. Yeah. And some of them understand it literal, probably, especially nowadays in this modern time where knowledge has increased. Go ahead, Ross.
Well, having the box on the head, getting back with that.
Mm-hmm.
And then you put the same analogy to the box that's in Mecca, and they're going around it, and with the box, I've always felt like that was boxing Yahuwah in. So boxing him in there and boxing, you know how it says to not box him in and not stop his, the beauty of what he does, So
Yeah.
that's how I've always felt about it.
Yeah. Like I said, it can be both. You know what I mean? It could be one or the other or both. Okay. But even the ones that say they are taking it literally and they're actually doing that and thinking they're commanded to do it literally, that don't make them evil because they're doing that. That just means they don't understand the scriptures, the spiritual side of the scriptures, That's all. It doesn't necessarily mean they're evil because scripture says all Yisrael will be delivered. So that has large implications, man, that statement as far as I'm concerned. Luke says the marriage ketubah was placed in the Ark of the Covenant. I'm not sure what that meant. So there was the 2 tablets of stone, which I think that means contract is what he's talking about. Because then there was Aaron's rod that budded, and then there was manna put in there. And so, yeah, ketubah, I think is marriage contract is what that means in Hebrew. Okay. At least Lou White agrees with me.
Well, it's a scripture in Yirmiyahu 31, verse
I feel it.
verse 33. For this is the covenant I shall make with the house of Yisrael after those Yaman, declares Yahuwah. I shall put my Torah in their inward part and write it on their hearts. And I shall be to them an Elohim, and they shall be my people. It's also in Hebrews 8, 9, and 10 too about that. It's talking about the indwelling. Yahusha in us. He's that marriage contract.
Okay, so what's he indwelling us? Since he dwelled us and wrote something on our heart, what was it?
The tender bar. He wrote Yahusha in our hearts. Yahusha is the marriage covenant.
The spirit of Yahusha is who indwells you.
Right. And he is the Ark of the
Covenant.
Covenant.
It's not Yahusha. The writing is the 10 Commandments. It's your marriage vows.
But he is the living, right? He is the living covenant. He is it. He is it. He is it. I'm sorry. He is it. Living on the inside of us. And now we're the house. We're his house that he's building up.
All right. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, questions on this? Chapter 6. This really is the heart of the Tanakh, man. Right here, it is. I mean, if you got rid of everything else, you'd want to keep this one. Then obviously there's a generational transfer here too, right? Where he commands the parents, lays the responsibility of teaching the children this command, actually making it part of their everyday life. Teaching them at home, teach them on the road when you travel, making it visible by writing it on the door frame of your house and on your gates. So are they writing the Shema on the door frame of the house and on the gates, or are they writing the 10 Dabarim? The 10 Dabarim. That's why I say I believe that's what it's talking about, because that would be put on the gateway stone, such as the one in Los Lunas, in New Mexico. So he also warns about the dangers of prosperity, telling them that when they enter the promised land and they begin to enjoy abundancy, not to forget that it was Yahuwah who delivered them from slavery and gave them the power to become wealthy. And there's also power in memory, history here. When future generations ask about the purpose of the witnesses and the laws and the right rulings, the proper response should be to recount the story of the redemption from Egypt. In this way, it frames obedience as a way to be well with them. It defines love. We get the definition of love in this chapter. True love for Yahuwah is demonstrated through obedience and keeping his commandments. And it teaches eternalization. The instructions emphasize that Yahuwah's laws must be written on the heart, not just kept as external rules written down in a book somewhere, but placed in the heart, in the inner parts, the mind. Very important chapter. Any thoughts, comments, and questions before we move into the last chapter of the day? Who wants to read number 7? June, go ahead, please.
When Yahuwah your Elohim brings you into the land which you go to possess, he shall also clear away many nations before you, the Kethites and the Girgashites and the Amorites and the Canaanites and the Perizzites and the Cuis and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier than you. And when Yahuwah your Elohim gives them over to you, you shall smite them and put them under the ban completely. Make no covenant with them and show them no favor. And do not intermarry with them. You do not give your daughter to his son, and you do not take his daughter for your son. For he turns your sons away from following me to serve other mighty ones.
Okay, stop. So there's the intermarriage law. That's why they're forbidden to intermarry. So there it is. This is why they didn't intermarry, and they had to wipe them all out to ensure that they didn't intermarry. And the reason was to keep them from following after adultery, idols. Any thoughts, comments, and questions on that? This is all 1 through 5 here is all about setting the nation of Israel apart from the nations totally. Go ahead, June. Oh, go ahead, Kim.
What do you think that applies to with us? You know, I'm 50, so it don't apply to me. But if we could keep our sons and daughters from marrying into the church, do you think that that's what it means?
I think we're living under the new covenant. You know what I mean? I think that the seed of Abraham has been spread far and wide, and we don't even know, who is considered the seed of Abraham and who ain't. I mean, any of us on here could be from the seed of Abraham, and maybe some of us are not. We don't know.
Well,
So, yeah, go ahead.
one of my sons, my 16-year-old, wanted me to take him back to church so that he could have relationships and friends, and because he's, he doesn't want to sit here and listen to us old fogies, and it's sure not relationship to him, so I have started, and then it's started making this hard, and when I came on here today, I don't know if you noticed it, but I had increased heart rate, fidgetiness, all signs that I had demons coming off of me just from coming back to the fold from visiting Pentecostal church for 4 weeks now, you know?
Mm. Scripture says we shouldn't be unyoked. You know what I mean? We're supposed to be yoked. So we shouldn't marry somebody from another faith or belief or anything like that. You should be evenly yoked, meaning you agree, on how to worship Yahuwah. The Natsarim's far in between. Most of us don't really have that concern, but with the sons and daughters, children, we do, some of us, or even grandchildren. So I mean, that's a hard question you're asking me, and I don't even know if I have the authority to answer something like that, because it's Yahuwah who unites the husband and wife, and what Yahuwah unites, no man should separate. You know what I'm saying? So, is it an act of the Ruach HaKodesh putting two people together? If it is, no man's supposed to separate that or interfere with that. Yahuwah's doing it for a reason, you know. I don't think I'm qualified really to answer that sort of a question. That's kind of a hard one. Go ahead, Kim.
Yeah, I agree. I've had dreams where he has told me to keep my vows, and so I know that I am to keep my vows, because I've gone down this track of, I had a vision, and I was shown the name of God, and of course I was shown the ESHUA instead of, with the J in front. But it was enough to get me interested and come this direction and find the truth. But when I asked him, am I supposed to break off, because it's hard to live like this when I'm yoked with someone who doesn't even keep most of the commandments. He just keeps on telling me to keep my vows, so I know that.
Yeah, it's. I think with marriage, it's a different situation, especially when you were married before, and one of you came into the way, and the other one hasn't. You were equally yoked when you first got married. But now you're unequally yoked because one has been brought in to the way or into truth, and the other ain't. But according to Scripture, at least Paul, anyway, the unbelieving husband or wife is delivered because of the belief of the believing wife or husband. So there's a different story. But for your sons to marry or daughter to marry someone outside of the way, that's something I think Yahuwah has control of, and his will be done. That's all I really can say about that. I mean, does anybody else want to take a stab at it, or risk talking about something like that? I mean, I'm kind of afraid of it. Go ahead, Sandra.
I was just going to add that she can pray the prayer of that Yaqub prayed over Manasseh and Ephraim over her son. If he wants to go in and do that, he prayed a prayer of protection over Manasseh and Ephraim, that they were protected, even though because they had come from a family. Yusuf's wife was an Egyptian woman, and she was not of Yahuwah, but he prayed the prayer of Manasseh and Ephraim over Manasseh and Ephraim, that he would protect them from the ways of the world. You just pray that prayer for them, because you being in him, you are their covering. So what you have to do, and then it might be different ruachs and things in there, but remember, Yahusha is, if you have received the Ruach Kadesh, Yahusha in you, you don't have to worry about any wicked ruachs outside of you. You keep your temple clean, and Yahusha in you will protect. He's your protection. He's your covering. And he's same thing for your husband and for your children. You just keep them up in prayer. Keep them. I think in the prayer that he prayed, he said, "Deliver us from evil, lead us not into trial, and deliver us from the wicked one." Those prayers that we pray literally keep our being. And if you ask him to keep you, he's not going to not keep you. Believe your prayers that you're praying. Pray it over your children all the time. I pray. My daughter is grown and out of the household, and my granddaughter. I'm always putting them up in prayer. Keep them, Father, from this wicked world and from evil men and evil women. And they teaching witchcraft in the public school and stuff today. That's how we just keep them up in prayer, that Father watches over them on your behalf with love. Just believe. He's not going to give you a stone if you ask him for bread. Hallelujah.
Yeah, I think there's a difference in, our children getting married, because by the time they get married, they're usually adults, and so that decision would be between them and Yahuwah, not really us. I mean, we can voice our opinion, doesn't mean they're going to listen. But what she's saying is that her kids want to go to a Christian church to make friends, and they're minors, I'm assuming, and so therefore, she has part in that decision, and for her to say no, we're not going there because they don't believe like us, is really her choice, and I can go along with that. So a little bit, I think, different situations there. Your kids minors, Kimberly, or are they adults?
So the 16-year-old is the one that's wanting to go to make friends and worship. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's participating. He's going up to the altar. And then he asked me, "Why aren't you going to let them pray for you?" I said, "Because they don't know his name. They can't touch my head."
Yeah, I did that myself, but I didn't know anything about the way either, And so now that I do, and if I had minor children, I wouldn't take them there, and let them participate in all that. If it was my choice, I wouldn't allow it, being minors. See what I'm saying?
I already told them this month, Abib, they're not getting to go because we're not going to worship a star or listen to anybody worship a star.
Yeah. Well, I would take the same stance as you're taking on that in that situation, if it was my choice, and knowing what I know now. But I don't want to be a hypocrite either, because when I was in a different situation, I did take my children there, and it allowed them to go there. So I don't want to be a hypocrite with it, but I have to speak from where I'm at now. I would say differently. I wouldn't take them. But when I look back on the process that Yahuwah put me and my family through, I can see why we were there. And it's sort of like a minor leagues in baseball. We were there to learn certain things before he called us out. And I think one of the best things that I brought out of Christianity personally, and I'm sure this is different for everyone, is monotheism. Because I was going to a church that were monotheist, and they believed Yahuwah was one. And I got a good, solid foundation with that coming out of there. And that's one thing I'm thankful for. Okay. And I also believe that there's a lot more Natsarim in them Christian churches that haven't been called out yet. And they will be sooner or later, because all of us were there and we're called out. We came out of it. So I'm sure there's other ones in there that just have not been called out yet, but will sooner or later. So you got to keep that in mind too. We don't want to be hypocrites, but we don't have to put up with false teaching either. Okay. Tough one. But him being 16 under your roof, under your authority, knowing what I know now, I wouldn't let him go. All right. Any other thoughts, comments, questions? Okay. Well, let me see. Let's continue on then.
All right. Chapter 7, verse 4. For he turned your sons away from following me to serve other mighty ones. Then the displeasure of Yahuwah shall burn against you and promptly destroy you. But this is what you do to them. Break down their altars, smash their pillars, and cut down their Asherim, and burn their carved images with fire. For you are a set-apart people to Yahuwah, for your Elohim. Yahuwah, your Elohim, has chosen you to be a people for himself, a treasured possession above all the peoples on the face of the earths. Yahuwah did not set his love on you, nor choose you because you were more numerous than any other people, for you were the least of all peoples. But because of Yahuwah loving you, and because of him guarding the oath which he swore to your fathers, Yahuwah has brought you out with a strong hand and redeemed you from the house of bondage, from the hand of Pharaoh, sovereign of Mizraim. And you shall know that Yahuwah your Elohim, he is Elohim, the trustworthy all, guarding covenant and kindness for 1,000 generations with those who love him and those who guard his commands, but repaying those who hate him to their face to destroy them. He does not delay to do so with him who hates him. He repays him to his face. And you shall guard the command and the laws and the right rulings which I command you today to do them. And it shall be, because you hear these right rulings and shall guard and do them, that Yahuwah your Elohim shall guard with you the covenant and the kindness which he swore to your fathers, and shall love you and bless you and increase you, and shall bless the fruit of your womb and the fruit of your land, your grain and your new wine and your oil, the increase of your cattle and the offspring of your flock, in the land of which he swore to your fathers to give you. Blessed are you above all peoples. There is not going to be a barren man or a barren asha among you or among your livestock. And Yahuwah shall turn away from you all sickness and put on you none of the evil diseases of Mizraim, which you have known, but he shall put them on all those who hate you. And you shall consume all the peoples whom Yahuwah your Elohim is delivering over to you. Your eye shall not pardon them. And do not serve their mighty ones, for that is a snare to you. When you say in your heart, these nations are greater than I am unable to drive them out, do not be afraid of them. Remember well what Yahuwah your Elohim did to Pharaoh and to all Mizraim, the great trials which your eyes saw, and the signs and wonders, the strong hand and the outstretched arm by which Yahuwah your Elohim brought you out. Yahuwah your Elohim does so to all the peoples of whom you are afraid. And Yahuwah your Elohim also sends the hornet among them until those who are left, who hide themselves from you, are destroyed. Do not be afraid of them, for Yahuwah your Elohim, the great and awesome all, is in your midst. And Yahuwah your Elohim shall drive out those nations before you, little by little. You are not allowed to destroy them at once, lest the beasts of the field become too numerous for you. But Yahuwah your Elohim shall deliver them over to you and destroy them with a great destruction until they are consumed. And he shall give their sovereigns into your hand, and you shall destroy their name from under the Shemaim. No one is going to be able to stand against you until you have destroyed them. The carved images of their mighty ones you are to burn with fire. Do not covet the silver or gold that is on them, nor take it for yourselves, lest you be snared by it. For it is an abomination to Yahuwah your Elohim. And do not bring an abomination into your house, lest you be accursed like it. Utterly loathe it and utterly hate it, for it is accursed.
All right. Okay, so wow. So we see blessings for obedience. We're told to trust in Yahuwah and we get victory. Talks about chosen people. 9 through 11 talks about Yahuwah being a covenant maker and a covenant keeper. Men are the covenant breakers, not Yahuwah. His covenants are everlasting. Replacement theology teaches that Yahuwah nullified his covenants with Israel and made a new covenants with the church. Now, this is hogwash. Okay, there's no truth in that. They're trying to hoodwink you. There's no truth in replacement theology. Romans 11 says we must engraft into Yisrael, not replace Yisrael. Okay, and that's what the rapture is all about. It really, what they're saying is that the tribulation period is for Israel and the unbelievers, not for the church. The church is going to be removed and not have to go through the tribulation. This is also lie. So then we get into the blessings for the obedience and trusting Yahuwah brings victory and everything. And verse 25 and 26 really jumped out at me. I think these verses here serve as a stark warning to maintain spiritual purity, to ensure that we don't fall into a snare or adopt pagan practices that's practiced among the world, the nations of the world. And you can see that this area that he's taken them to was full of idolatry, carved images, and all sorts of stuff that Yahuwah considers an abomination. So this would all be, this entire area was an abomination of desolation as far as Yahuwah was concerned, and it had to be cleaned. It had to be purified and cleaned up before he would take a set apart people in there and dwell with them and walk with them like he did Adam and Kua in the Garden of Eden. So an abomination of desolation is something that's really gross, really nasty, really filthy, that and keeps Yahuwah from there. Okay. In a human sense of understanding. Go ahead, Talitha.
Something that really stood out to me was verse 17. When you say in your heart, these nations are greater than I am unable to drive them out.
Okay. In what aspect?
Just that it's like, he's giving us a power in a sense. So if we give, if we give in our heart, if we say that the nations are greater, or that, their idols are greater, things like that, then he wrote, I am unable to drive them out. Not that he won't, he's unable to. I just thought that was an interesting wording.
Oh, yeah.
Because so to me that shows some sense of choice, right? That we're given.
Mm-hmm.
So if we choose to give them power, if we choose to give these things power, then he is his hands are washed and he's unable to do anything about it, basically. I don't know. I just found that was interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Do you notice who's speaking there? He's saying that the Israelites are saying this. I don't think he would close caption if it was him saying he can't do it.
I got somebody here that I don't know who it is.
No, I think you're right, because at first it has the double quote, so that's him. When you say in your heart, and then what you're saying in your heart is these nations are greater than I am unable to drive them out. So that's us saying, or the people saying that they are unable to drive them out. Okay, so then that's more of a statement of unbelief. Like if they don't believe, then yeah. Okay, so that's different than what I was reading. Thank you for clearing that up, Kim. Thanks.
Oh yeah, that's a good
because
point.
I was wondering, because I don't remember reading anything like that anywhere, in scripture.
Yeah, I kept looking at this saying I am unable to drive them out. I'm thinking, Yahuwah can do anything. Why?
Well, exactly what I was thinking.
I was even starting to think like Yahusha. When Yahushua was saying he couldn't do any miracles because of their lack of belief. I was trying to even, attach it to that. And it just wouldn't fit. Oh, go ahead, Phyllis.
Thank you for pointing that out, though, Talitha, because I just kind of brushed over it when we were reading it, but there's a real serious message in there. He's saying, don't be afraid. He says, remember well what Yahuwah your Elohim did to Pharaoh and the Mitzrayim. So, this is a reminder to all of us not to be afraid when we go through those dark journeys.
Yeah, I think this is pointing out trust. We need to trust him, and then victory comes. So, if you're afraid of somebody and you doubt that you can overtake them or whatever, then there's a lack of trust there in you. And I think the whole point here is we need to trust him and then he'll bring us victory. I think that's what this is. This is, the theme of this. To me, anyway. Go ahead, Chance.
Yeah, something that's sticking out to me is I remember a saying where it's like, if their hearts melt, they'd be like, if you can't beat them, join them. You know what I mean? That kind of deal, where it's like, don't become faint in this walk. Always, put your belief and your trust in Yahuwah, lest you become faint and turn aside from Yahuwah and join them because you think in your heart you can't beat them.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So they're too overwhelming. I can't do nothing. I'm going to join them because they can beat me. And, it's like fleshy. And it's like a warning, a stern warning to just stay the course. Yahuwah is our all.
Yeah, I mean, 21 says, do not be afraid of them, for Yahuwah your Elohim, the great and awesome all, is in your midst. And then look at 22. And Yahuwah your Elohim shall drive out those nations for you little by little. You are not allowed to destroy them all at once, lest the beasts of the field become too numerous for you. And so spiritually, man, I mean, this could be, talking to overwhelming odds against the principalities of darkness. No, man. If you pick up what I'm laying down on that, but obviously patience. Don't expect for Yahuwah to do it all at once, immediately. You know what I mean? Have patience, because there's a reason maybe that he's going to take his time and do it little by little. And he gives a reason for it here, that the beasts of the field would become too numerous. So they wouldn't be able to control the wild animals. They would overwhelm them. I bet most people don't even realize how many wild animals was thinned out of America, why you're as safe as you are from them. At first there was a lot of animals and they were killing a lot of people. So they would go on, line up and get the whole villages and towns, and they would walk through the woods and kill all the predators to make the area safe for the children to play in. Go ahead, Roz.
It keeps happening to me today. I keep losing my train of thought. Lots going on. Yeah. I don't know. I'll remember it. Thank you.
Now, where you at, Debbie? Debbie Alvey, where you live at? Go ahead, Kim.
So I have a 20 acres of property, and one year it rained so much that it was not good to bring the tractor into the field. And by the time we got the brush hog out there, we had snakes that were standing up on their hind ends, 4 or 5 feet above the grass, and they had struck one of my cows. Yeah, you do have to really take care of the land. It really can become a wild beast, full of wild beasts.
Oh, you're not kidding. Are you in Texas, Kim? No.
Yes, Livingston, Texas, about 80 miles north of Houston.
Yeah, I'm in Texas too, and we have to keep the snakes thinned out here too, because if not, we'll have poisonous snakes up on our door, in front of our door, laying there. Go ahead, Ross.
Okay. The beast of the field that you were saying. The beast of the field, to me, there's two. They've got the demons, and then they've got the beast that are the 4-footed or the slithering or whatever. But all the way in Genesis, I've always felt like he spoke of the beast of the field being the demons as well. So we have to keep them at bay and get, that's where we do our prayer, our palaling to him, the spiritual warfare and getting it out.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, I agree with you. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Oh, Debbie's in California, San Bernardino. Okay. I can't think anybody out there in that area. right now. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions on chapter 7 or any of the other chapters we read today? Okay, so you can see how Deuteronomy is a very good book to read, even though it's repetitive. Brings up a lot of stuff, man. And it reassures us, and it reinforces, our knowledge and our memory too, and so it's a good thing altogether. It's going to be a fun study. We're just getting started. All right. Thoughts, comments, questions on today's study? Thoughts, comments, questions on last night's study? Phyllis?
As always, whenever you discuss the Passover and the time period, it just brings it more clear in my mind. I appreciate. And you were discussing the end times. And I just appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, thank you for saying so. And all esteem to Yosha. I know we can't make everybody happy. There's always going to be somebody that gets ticked off because everybody's at different levels, and it's just something you just got to let them have it, let them be,
Who's praying for a place to stay in the chat?
A place to stay?
Yeah.
I'm reading the chat. It says somebody's praying for a place to stay.
I just need Palaling.
Show me where that's at. Whereabouts? What time? See the time next to their name?
It says her name. It says Yahusha's breath, a new beginning.
That's Ross over there next to you. What's up, Ross?
Oh, I feel like I got a message today and last night for needing to.
I'll be praying for you.
So, okay, thank you.
Ross is in Louisiana.
Right outside of New Orleans. There's a picture that I asked June to send to you earlier. I figured she would. You text him? Yeah, that's what I thought you would do. Thank you, because I don't have his phone number. So.
Oh, you texted him?
Yeah, she texted.
To see.
I took that picture.
Let me look.
Thank you, June.
I don't have any texts. You sure you didn't email it?
No, I texted that to you.
I didn't get it.
Attachment, one photo. Today at 12:16.
Yeah. No, I didn't get it.
Well, that's weird.
Okay.
As far as the text goes.
I just sent it in your email. The empty subject, but you'll see it's from me.
Yeah, send it to my email. Let's see if I get it that way.
Thank you, June.
You're welcome.
You have to have the right phone number.
Well, I hope I do. We contact. We've talked with each other on it. It's the right one. I don't know why it didn't go through.
Yeah, probably come through tomorrow. I see. Here's your email, though. Let me see it.
I lost the original. I don't have it any longer. I had several of them. I didn't even know when I took the picture, came out the house, and it was very, very bright. And when I did the phone, I just had an unction to do it. And I did the phone like this. So I didn't even see what was on the front part, the face of it, the screen. And when I got it, it was a perfectly framed. You'll see.
What is it? I'm not seeing it. What
You
is
don't
it?
see?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
What's it supposed
Well,
to be?
it's a face and it's a shoulder and an arm, and there's a rainbow. June saw a lamb.
Oh, I see what you're saying now. I don't know. I see a dragon and yeah, maybe a donkey or something, a lamb, maybe. Is that what y'all saw? You saw a dragon and a lamb or donkey or
She
something?
saw a lamb. I didn't see the lamb till she said it.
What do you
There's
think?
other faces to the right.
In a way, it looks like a lion facing down and a dragon laying on his back with his neck curved up, and a dragon looking at the lion. They're looking face to face. Is that what y'all seeing? What y'all see? You want
The
me to
head
share?
and shoulders.
Huh?
And an arm like this holding something and has a, do you see the rainbow?
I see the rainbow.
Let me see if I can find it and show it in here.
I mean, what do you see, June?
I saw the lamb in the upper left-hand corner and the rainbow. I didn't see a dragon, but that was pretty cool.
Okay, see this thing she's calling an arm here?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So here's the dragon. Here's his butt. Here's his hind leg. Here's his head. Here's his mouth right here.
Pretty cool.
Y'all seeing it?
It's pretty neat.
Mhm.
This looks like a lion. So a lion and a dragon.
Yeah,
Part of the faces were cut off.
yeah.
I've had so many phones in this last few years and I just lost it with it.
I don't know. That's one of them things that everybody can see something different on it. Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. Wow. That's cool.
I'll have to go to pee here.
So y'all ready?
I guess. You ready?
I guess.
Or you want to see Slowpoke's movie?
Oh, yes. You did promise us that.
Okay. Slowpoke wants you to see it, so we'll take a look at it. Y'all seeing it? Here he goes.
Only the fastest mouse can make it, which is me. Not the slowest mouse, which is you. Maybe Slowpoke is pretty slow downstairs in the feet, but he's pretty fast upstairs in the cabeza. Porque no tiene, porque le falta la cucaracha, marihuana que fumar. Slowpoke, what you doing here? Really, Jose, instead we tried to catch the Speedy Gonzalez, we should have caught Slowpoke Rodriguez, the slowest mouse in Mexico. Buenas noches, Señor Gato. My name is Slowpoke Rodriguez. Slowpoke Rodriguez? He's for me. Wait, Jose! Jose, I got to tell you something! Is this where lives it, my cousin, Senor Speedy Gonzalez?
Slowpoke? Yeah, sure. Come right in. Senor Slowpoke, you will be good with the chili peppers.
This is no place for a country mouse. It's too dangerous. What do we eat? I'm hungry. Jose, something I forgot to tell you. That's what I wanted to tell you. Slowpoke Rodriguez. He packed a gun. No, pues.
Now I got you, Slowpoke Rodriguez, and next I get your collie. Zing. Yes, master.
How's this, Cousin Slowpoke? That's very good, Cousin Speedy. But you forgot the Tabasco sauce. How was it, Cousin Slowpoke? Very good. Now, what do we got for dessert? Dessert? Holy frijoles! Frijoles? Hey, Speedy. Yes? Guess what? I'm still hungry. Try to think about something else. Ándale, señor gato.
Yes, master.
I like your pussycat friend. He's nice and stupid.
Well, there you go. Hey, Speedy.
Probably there. Oh my goodness.
Speedy says, thanks for watching his movie. All righty. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? So Debbie looking for somebody to contact and fellowship with other than the Shabbat. If you're interested there, you can message her or say something.
Where does Debbie live?
She lives in California.
Oh. Well, you always can text me your number or vice versa.
And then, yeah, how do we exchange contact info? Yeah, well, I'd say you could do it right now. Throw it, your email or whatever up in the chat room or phone number if you want. You can put it in the private chat as well. See over there to the right of the chat room, there's a private chat. You can put it in there, and only the people that are in here can see it. So I don't know. I don't think can the people in the chat room see the private chat? They can't, can they?
No, they can't. You have to be live to chat in the private chats, what I understand.
Yeah. Yeah. There is somebody in the private chat right now with their phone number in there. If any of you are interested. Ross, are you picking up on that? Okay.
Yeah, I got it.
All right. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Anything you all want to talk about? Going once. Going twice. As Speedy Gonzalez would say, gone.
No, no, I'm thinking of the other one, Slowpoke. He would say, go, Joe.
Oh, Joe.
No, Joe.
Everybody ready?
Debbie,
Hold on, he's gonna get her.
Ian sent his email in the chat room. Here, I'll throw it up on the screen if you're still there, Debbie. If you want his email, there it is. Other than that, let's go, Joe.
Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you peace. Thus I shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Thank you, Mark. Really enjoyed it.
Thank you, Brother Mark.
Yes.
Thank
Same
you.
to Ja.
Love you all.
Love you.
Love
too.
y'all.
Thank
Bye.
you so much.
Later.
What's up, Ross?
Oh, I was just saying see you later. I was reading the other comments.
Yeah. Okay. See
Bye.
you later. Bye-bye.
See ya.
Bye-bye. Shabbat shalom, everybody. See you next week.